Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Good evening, and we're kicking off a brand new week here on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott, and don't you hate it when your week starts off with dirty lenses? Yeah, the pet peeve of my life, dirty lenses. Bryan Bowden is here. He'll be filling in for an ailing Lon Strickler tonight on Strange Days, so we wish Lon well in his recovery. And thank Bryan for stepping on in for all of us as we talk cryptids, monsters, aliens, dogman, sasquatch, you name it. We are going to discuss it. And I have a favor to ask before we get to the audience. Okay. Anybody out there who is into the whole Reiki thing, you know, the woo, woo, woo. Could you send old Davey some? Dave's having a hard day today. Last 24 hours. I've had a pretty tough 24 hours. So if you could send me some of that woo, you know, that woo Reiki, I'd really appreciate it. I need it. I need it big time right now. All right. Let's say hello to everyone in the chat room tonight. We have Ann B in the gold medal position, Nightmare with a silver, Race Fan taking home a bronze medal. Hi, Roy Boy and Penny Van. Forrest Louie, how you doing? Forrest Louie is going to be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. D. Cohen, how you doing, buddy? Les Paul Holland, Kim Stanley, and Bigfoot Rob, how y'all doing? And there's Sandy B. And from Stockholm, Sweden, wearing Rick Hines' old number 31, Lars Janssen. He's got a 1.97 goals against average this year. Michael Morris, how you doing? Doc from Wyoming. Jenny, how are you? Mama Susan, thank you for coming on in. Sweet Donna Spencer, there she is. I love that girl, Sweet Donna Spencer. All right, moving on here. Ed Clater is here, and Jessica W. David Page, Paramarv, Kurt M. Brown Dwarf, thank you all for coming on in. Hi, Monica, how are you? Patrick Noble Patrick. What am I saying? I never call you Patrick Noble. Noble Patrick, how you doing? Noble Patrick will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind, to the right of the studio. Cosmic Fleur, how are you? And who else do we have here? We have Esmeralda and Friend of Squirrel. What's happening? Simon the Dogface in Australia, how are you? Obi Flat, did you get my email? I sent you an email back today. Please let me know. Louis from UAP Studies, how you doing, my man? And Gong Show, Zora, how you guys doing? Cryptid 559er, Amy, nice to see you. Von Patrick and the lovely Kira, how are you doing? And thank you for coming on in. Hi, Eric Markham, Millennium, my man, Zen 1. Good to have you all here. Let's continue on with roll call. Larry Compton, it's been a while. Good to have you back. Crystal J, thank you for coming on in. Hey, Mac Geek and Serpent. Area 51, what's happening? Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. Daryl Zerline, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Digger Dog, thanks for joining us. Indy Susan, how are you? Depocalypse, welcome to SOR Chat. And who else do we have? Mark Sanchez, how's your Hawaiian shirt collection, buddy? Got a new one for Vegas yet? Sunsaver, Beelzebrad, thank you for joining us. Let's get the radio side started here because we gotta make sure that Bill WD-40 can get in there to lube us on in for tonight's show because you always want to go in nice and smooth. Truth Entertainment, good to see you. Pam Smith, thank you for coming on in. Tim Ratcliffe, welcome to SOR Chat. And Mr. Bryan Bowden, the man of 8,888 podcasts. Reptilian Overlord, thank you for joining us. And Sparkles, nice to see you. Annie Svensson, good to have you back. And who else do we have? Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Sovereign Farts, fart hard, buddy. Fart hard, buddy. Richard Minnick, thank you for coming on in. As we continue on with roll call, see if we can get it all in. Hides in long grass. It's been a while. Tesno Terror, welcome to SOR Chat from Cape Cod. And Vash the Impaler, nice to have you here, man. And Rick Rowland, nice to see you. And let's see here. Raz, nice new picture. Derek Galloway, good to have you here, man. And Horns Up, let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do Old Navy the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by CHIVE Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting CHIVE Charities today. You can find them on our website. A power show of awesomeness tonight. Researcher, explorer Bryan Bowden is here. The man also owns about 11,000 different podcasts, and I'm not even joking on that. Then in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp, and then in the UFO report, Tim Senor returns, along with our good friend Random Guy in Overtime on YouTube. Let's get right to the monster talk, shall we? Bryan Bowden has been long on the chase of the paranormal. He is a multifaceted researcher, and his own experiences with ghosts, cryptids like dogman and sasquatch, along with UFOs and ET Cotnact, have led him down a path of learning and understanding, but more importantly, trying to help others find the answers to their own questions. This is a topic Bryan lives each and every single day while he's recording his 11,000 podcasts that he broadcasts all over the world. And you think I'm joking about the podcast. Literally every new day he's starting a new one. I don't know why. I don't know how. But my good friend Bryan Bowden, how you doing, buddy?
I'm I just have 5 minutes between those podcasts, Dave. I'm doing good. I'm hanging in there, doing good. Working on a lot of different research, writing. So hopefully there'll be a book out there soon. And with someone that's very familiar with your show, the Cryptid Guru.
Love the Guru.
Yeah, so I'm good, hanging in there. It's good to be back on SOR, and I'd like to say hello to everybody that's out there. I could use that Reiki too, by the way.
Yeah,
Right?
but I kind of need you for the show.
Yeah, that's no problem.
I'm not one of these guys. Like I can do Reiki, but I can't do it on myself. It doesn't work for me.
You can't. It doesn't work. It just gets you even more pissed. So it doesn't work at all.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. No, I've had a tough 24 hours. And I'm going to keep this one a little personal on it. But, sometimes, I think we all get there in life and we just throw our hands up and we just say, Calgon, take me away. Remember those commercials back in the day? Calgon, take me away. Well, apparently they took Calgon away. But, the whole idea is, sometimes life just, you wanted to throw you incense and peppermints, and instead it throws you, air from East Palestine or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I know exactly what you're saying, actually.
Right.
Yeah, that's insane. That's really insane what's going on down there.
Oh yeah, and I feel God bless those people. And I hope everybody's doing good down there, or at least the best that they can.
It's all
But
over the world right now. So
uh,
so many different places. But speaking of that, and speaking of Spaced Out Radio, I don't know if you saw the map that the Bigfoot mapping project put out.
no, I have not.
And I'm gonna try to find it, and I'll send it to you. They put out a map of the affected area, and in relationship to our very big, tall, big guy with a lot of hair, it's going to affect them dramatically because it's going all the way down, basically the Appalachian Mountains. And there's a big concern with what's taking place regarding that, because the water is poisoned basically. The plants are poisoned, the ground, everything's poisoned. So what happens to these creatures that actually are forest dwellers? Where do they
Oh,
go? What do they do? So
I hear you. I
yeah,
hear you. I hear you very loud and clear, and it's something that we all gotta, you know, send some positive intentions over. And believe it or not, I don't care what anybody says. I think positive intentions really do help. I've had them help me, and it's just something that we need to push on out there for all those who are struggling out there right now. Hey, Brian,
yes, sir.
our audience is always growing, and it would only be fair for us to reintroduce you. I mean, you're an experiencer, you're an explorer, you're a researcher, you're a podcaster. I mean, you were all in when it comes to this subject of cryptids,
Right.
monsters, UFOs. I mean, how did it all start for you?
I mean, for my age group, it started with Leonard Nimoy and In Search of. We didn't have as much information back in the 70s that we have now. And I was into monster movies and sci-fi and anything that In Search of put on there, Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, you name voodoo, everything. On top of that, it was my father worked for Wide World Photos. He was a professional photographer, but he sold photos. He became the paparazzi, and he'd bring me home all those world-renowned photos of all these Bigfoot casts on the ground and UFOs all over the place, and Loch Ness Monster. And then I would talk with my friends with it, and show it off, and it grew from there to the point where I was able to actually get out of my house and drive places. And then I started investigating things. So it was a natural progression. I've been investigating for a long time, 45 plus years. And it just keeps getting, you start in an investigation at one point, you have an idea or a theory, and then you have an experience, and then you got to, reassess what's going on. And everything's changed dramatically, but I think I'm in the right zone right now. Been dealing a lot with all these subjects. I'm boots on the ground. I'm not the armchair guy that sits there and watches whatever TikTok or any of these other videos, whatever junk's being posted on YouTube. Like all these sci-fi things. I'm actually out in the field. I'm interviewing people. I'm going places that most people won't. In the forest for a couple of days, just sitting there, really not comfortable spots. And that's what you do to try to get answers. I want answers. So when I get them, I share them with everybody.
You know what? One of the things that we should bring up, and I don't want to spend a lot of
Sure.
time on this, okay? But you're a guy who delves into a lot of conspiracy theory, so I am going to ask your opinion on this. All right, but I'm going to ask you to be careful because of our radio audience.
Be very, very careful with you, Dave.
But at nearly the same time, the United States government and the Canadian government have announced that they are banning all government employees from having TikTok on their phones.
Yep.
To me, I have TikTok on my phone, but if you read the guidelines, and Joe Rogan did a great job at breaking this down. Whether you love Joe Rogan or hate him, that's irrelevant.
I like Joe.
Okay. But he did a great job and I'm going to recommend this to everybody in our chat room and our listener. Go read the terms and conditions of TikTok. It is scary. Now, believe it or not, we all think Facebook is the bad guy and Mark Zuckerberg. And trust me, I mean,
They're
he's
scary too.
yeah, but Mark Zuckerberg's got like that Tucker Carlson type face that you just want to smack. Okay, you do. But this TikTok is very, very dangerous, and the Canadian government and the American government have now, and this isn't conspiracy theory, people. This is actually brand new news that is coming down in mainstream.
Yep.
Okay, that they are banning it because the Chinese government, which owns TikTok, is using the IP addresses, phone numbers, facial recognition, voice recognition, every app you go on, the Chinese government now has access to through, and you gave it to them by signing up for TikTok. And like I said, I am literally about to probably take TikTok off of my phone, even though they've already got my stuff. Okay, but it is scary. What's your thoughts on this, Brian?
Well, being a guy that used to be dealing with a lot of IT and technology, anything that comes out of China is controlled by the CCP. So it's not a freeware, and we don't know what their intentions are. It's never been, in general, the Chinese people are great people. It's their government that's the problem, and we don't know where they're going with it. I agree, it is a spy tool, 100%. It's a very addictive spy tool for many people, but currently, there's a lot of really good information coming out on it. That's one of the few sources left of valid information. And the fact that governments want to ban it is another way of quelling really good information from flowing. I understand their process. They could just, someone needs to come out. If someone wants to make a lot of money, they can come up with a TikTok alternative, or Tic Tac, whatever the hell you want to call it, since it's a UFO thing, and create the same type of model and just do the same thing. But I kind of agree with what the government wants to do, but I also don't want to lose access to information that you would not be getting in any other form. They don't really ban you. They don't really, put you in a jail. I'm king of the Facebook jail. I'm very, very careful now what I'm posting because there is another podcast coming, and I got to be able to have to post it. So, but I agree with you. What's the damage is done? What else are they going to get from you?
Well, I agree with you. It's scary how, we were talking about this behind the scenes just a couple of weeks ago, that I think we're coming up to that point where very quickly we could see TikTok banned from North America.
I think
that,
you see it's going to be banned globally. Actually, people are already shutting it down where you can't have it. They'll pull it from your, you're going to wake up one day, and instead of having a new YouTube album on your phone, you'll have no TikTok. And they have the power to do that.
yes, they do.
And if they feel it's that much of a danger, then so be it. I know people work in government. They're not allowed to go into any type of secure facility with a cell phone, no matter what's on it. So, just have them pull it. People go in an uproar, and that'll be that. There'll be an alternative. There's other alternatives always.
Oh my God, man! What about all the influencers? What are they going to do for influencing?
My kids use TikTok a lot, and they do a lot of dance stuff with it. But my youngest follows these joke things that are just not right for anybody, kind of like the Truly Tasteless jokes when we were growing up. But the information that's coming through now, and I've been seeing this for what it is so old. They're recycling, like, especially in the cryptid and paranormal range. I mean, they're recycling stuff that's like 15 years old as new. Like, oh, this just happened. No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
That's all right. I found out there's one TikToker out there that is using portions of my interviews with people in order, and this guy's getting like 50, 60,000 hits of video, and he's using spaced out radio
Wow.
clips. Yeah.
That's
I,
up.
and our TikTok has like 700 people on it. It's like, come on.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Is it a young face to the person that's doing it, male or female?
Oh, there is no face.
There is no face. It is. I don't know. Get out there and TikTok, or I mean, you could do what you should do is just cease and desist. But I don't know if they'll stop and they'll just go someplace else and try to do it again, or get them on the show and say, "How'd you find our show?" And you know,
Well,
work with them.
it always comes down to a catch-22.
Yep.
Because this stuff really, really upsets me because our show is copyright. And if somebody, and for anybody out there, if you want to use a part of, here's the secret. If you want to use a part of Spaced Out Radio, whether it's in a documentary or on TikTok or whatever, ask permission.
Yep.
Dave never says no.
Never.
Never.
Not only ask permission, but link back. Tell your audience, listen, this is a great show. You got to go subscribe to it. And that's a fair play right there.
Yeah.
You know, you can do what everybody else does, like Lars from Metallica, and just fight them. You know, untalented Lars. Yeah, I said that.
When you were a growing entity like Spaced Out Radio is, and you see somebody who has you in a video or in one of their videos, one of your clips in that video, and it's got 50,000 hits, it makes you think, okay, if I go complain about this guy, that's 50,000 people who will not see this show.
That's why I always tell them you should contact that person, embrace that person. Listen, yeah, it's legal, but I kind of like what you're doing. Let's work together here. You know, get your guys to come back, and that's a fair swap for me. You know, if you get 10%, it's a nice number, right? You know, you get 20%. Just, you know, link them back to me. Just link back to SOR, link back to all that. I had somebody who I did an interview with, and it was a long interview. It was like a 3-parter because it was over 6 hours, like 7 hours of interview. And I figured, you know, people can't digest that. Max is really 2 hours on most things. Your show is great because you can break it into 3 segments, which is awesome. Okay. But this show, it's a lot of information. So I broke it up into 3 digestible parts. Well, this person took it upon themselves to take my videos, edit out what they, you know, whatever, put them all together in what they call the better format, upload it to YouTube, and then put their own damn brand on it.
Yes.
And I was like, pull it down.
We have that happening on BitChute right now, or Rumble, one of those two, where some Russian guy is literally taking every one of our live shows for the 3 hours,
really,
and putting it on Rumble. Yeah. So we're just in the process of behind the scenes getting all our social media set up properly,
right?
And once that happens, we'll be reporting them.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta get your ducks in a row before you do it. But this is the way of the world. You know, it started with what was that? The streaming one where you could pull down everything. I forgot the name of it. The music streaming, and everybody was taking stuff, but it was like cassette sharing. I mean, back in the day, we didn't have the digital format, so you'd borrow someone's album and you record it. There's no difference in that, really. But now it's like everybody does video, and this is, you know, it's all trademarked. It's copyrighted. It's your product.
Oh yeah. Hey, we got about 4.5 minutes before we have to go to break.
Yes, sir.
And we got to start getting into some monster talk here, because I know at the bottom of the hour there's a brand new weird photo that was put out by the president of Mexico.
See,
about this cryptid that he believes he's got photographs of, and we're going to get into that momentarily. But you know, every time I think of Mexico, my friend, all I think about is chupacabra. I don't think that, you know, maybe the odd pterodactyl, all right, but I've never heard of these ones before. And like I said, we'll get to them at the bottom of the hour. But it really goes to show that the cryptids are everywhere.
Oh, more so. Oh, more so. Cryptids, and want to call them the Fae, fairies. I wouldn't say elemental, more Fae related. Mystical creatures, sprites. They're really big right now. Everywhere, globally. And it's really insane what's going on. Yeah, I like the Mexico one because the president of Mexico is the one that reported it. And
Yes.
he may have, pardon the expression, hurt himself. I was going to use a different word in the process, because you're not supposed to do these things, what he's done. You're not supposed to reveal unless you get permission from the Alexa. Luxo. I think that's the name of it. Alexa. Aluxa. I don't know. Alexa. Is it Alexa?
Alexa.
Alexa. That's it. Alexa. That folklore goes back to Mayan time, and if you don't do the right offerings to that creature, if you don't really look out for that creature, what happens? They will ruin you. They will destroy you. They'll go after you. They go after your food, your crops, your home. They will make your life a living hell. And that is typical of a woodland creature that are now seen. I mean, this has been seen globally. I mean, you get it in the British Isles, Ireland and wherever. The rumor is people are bringing up pirates, because a lot of the pirates came from the United Kingdom before it was united, and a lot of them had these folklores of fairies and mystical woodland creatures in there, and they're everywhere. But this is based off of that. Even the Spaniards that came over and conquered certain areas of the world talk about the same type of mischievous creature that would go in, and you have to appease them by making them offerings. Usually there's tobacco involved, possibly a liqueur. And if in this case, in the Mexican case, if you ask them for favor by giving them offerings, and they will bless you with good tidings. Something that's very important about this, and you may not have known about it, a bunch of years ago, they were building a stage. They had a whole thing a concert stage set up for Elton John. And what happened was everything went crazy. Everything fell apart because they were told, you need to make an offering under the stage for this creature. And they blew it off like, as, oh yeah, whatever. This is all fake, fairy tale stuff. Well, they didn't do it. Things didn't go right. And eventually they did do something and things started working out. Is it magic that it happened that way? I think there is something to these elementals that do come and visit. And I think it's not just fairy tale or folklore. I think there is a basis of these creatures being here, and they have a variety of different tasks, and they do what they do. But this one is pretty interesting because it's a lot larger what seems a lot larger in the photograph that was published than what you would normally see, like a sprite or a brownie, maybe 3 feet tall. Some of them are knee high, like 1.5 feet tall. And I've seen a couple of great videos of these of elves or woodland creatures. You wouldn't even know. They blend in better than Bigfoot. And it's amazing to see it.
Brian, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. What did the Mexican president see and release about the cryptid world? We're going to get into that with Bryan Bowden, the man who hosts 4,982 podcasts simultaneously, next on Spaced Out Radio. Hold on. From Ornsköldsvik, Sweden.
Yeah.
Wearing Peter Forsberg's old number 21, starting at left wing. Where is he?
Actually, it's 22
Jorgen
years of
Johansson.
Manta.
Love V Love. How you doing? Dutch Hank, how are you? Yes.
All right, so somebody say burn some sage. I don't think they do the burning of the sage because that's kind of like a repellent more so.
Yeah.
But they definitely it's tobacco, it's sweets,
Hi, Lily
and
Pond.
a bunch of different Lily Pond. That's a great name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
My favorite name in the audience, no offense to anybody, is Dry Toast. Best name on YouTube. Dry Toast.
Dry toast is nice. Yeah, I'm watching some of the chat in here, and I can't really chat with anything. This is the one thing I wish they would change about this platform. Not you, Dave, but there should be, as a guest, you should be able to chat with some of the,
I know.
Yeah.
I don't know why they haven't done that yet. The other issue that I have is there's no proper green room. Where you could chat, like, so if we're on commercial break, to go in behind the scenes,
Right. There is one on the upgraded version. It's the business version, but I'm not paying that kind of money. Now, if I was making that kind of money, yeah, I could pay it and then we can move on, but it's not worth it otherwise.
Thank you, West Coast, for that amazing super chat. Look at this. Look at this. Didn't even know he was there. Dry Toast.
There he is.
Best name on YouTube right there.
That's awesome.
Dry Toast. God, I love that name. Steve Wolf, how you doing? Good to see you.
Hey, this is great. I'm saying hello to everybody in chat. I can see you coming up with the chat stuff, but at this point, I don't want to screw around with my Wi-Fi and my internet to tap into it. Otherwise, I'll fade into the oblivion.
Oh, there's Nicole Sakic
There she
and
is.
Mr. Cowley.
Boom, boom.
Welcome back to the show. Oh, Mr. Cowley loves his spaced out radio. God, that's nice.
That is good. It's unfortunate about Ozzy, calling it quits.
How about Mick Mars? That one slid in.
No, not if you know the degenerative disease he has.
Oh, I know that.
Arthritis all over.
I'm telling you right now, I'm surprised that they chose Johnny Five to replace him, because DJ Ashba, formerly of Guns N' Roses and of 6 a.m., which is Nikki Sixx's band,
right?
He was allegedly supposed to be the replacement on a couple of albums, which Mick couldn't perform on. And and I'm really surprised they didn't go with him, unless his wife didn't allow him, because he's all about GDM now.
GDM,
guitar dance music, that stands for, instead of EDM, electric dance.
So I kind of want to like John 5, but I don't. And he does a really great job mimicking and playing everything like the record and on the guitar thing, but I really haven't heard anything that's really worthy, other than someone else's stuff.
Well, I mean, he's an amazing guitarist.
Oh, 100%. He really is. I did.
Steve Wolf, how you doing?
I want to hear more music from him, his own music.
Verpine, how you doing? Oh, I agree. I agree. Big Tex, how you doing, buddy? I was just really surprised they didn't go with DJ Ashba. I really am, because Ashba has been a major Crew fan since he was a teenager. What's funny is they were interviewing 6 a.m. one day, and they were asking Nikki Sixx, who was your favorite band? And he's like, whatever, or first concert. And he goes, something on the 70s. And they go to
Barry Manilow.
No, they go to the singer. I forget his name. What was your first concert? He says, blah, blah, blah. And they go to DJ Ashba. Oh, what was your first concert? Motley Crue.
There you go. Yeah, but I know that Nikki Sixx and John 5 have been, like hanging a bit, because they're all in that LA scene right there.
Yeah. I got a buddy of mine who's good friends with DJ Ashba and Nikki Sixx. I'm gonna text him here.
I got to be honest. I've watched I've watched the Bad Lip lip syncing for what's his
Good.
name?
15 seconds.
Yeah, for the lead singer of
Vince Neil.
the butter.
Oh God. Hold on, guys. We're gonna go in. Thank you, Vaughn, Lara, Louie, Steven, NorCal, West Coast, and Dry Toast for the super chats. Here we go. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Bryan Bowden is a researcher, experiencer, explorer of the unknown in the cryptid world. He has had interactions with Sasquatch, dogman, UFOs, aliens, ghosts. This man has been there, seen it, and done it all with these cryptid creatures, and he is filling in for Lon Strickler, who is ailing right now, and hopefully we'll be back for next month. If not, it'll be Bryan once again. This is Strange Days. We do this show near the end of each month. Bryan, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm there for you whenever, and when it was Butch, having his situation, I jumped in, no problem. Butch's boots are very hard to fill, and Lon's a great guy, and I wish him well. But I'm always here for you. You know that.
Appreciate that, Bryan. Hey, I want to set up this story here.
Sure.
And if you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, you'll be able to see this. But this is a strange story, my man, that is coming up here. And this is Mexican President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador has taken a photo or shared a photo of the mythological woodland Alux. Alux spelled Alux. He put it on social media. This is a small elf from Mayan folklore. It was reportedly taken at the Mayan Train Project just recently, and it is absolutely tripping out the president here of Mexico. I mean, if we take a look at this, it's this creature with white hair, white glowing eyes, sitting up in a tree, and the body is hard to tell, but you can definitely tell that it's got fantastic hair.
It does. It definitely has fantastic hair.
It reminds me of my hair before I cut it. Just that beautiful. But I mean, this is weird. What is an Alux, Bryan?
It's a spirit. It's basically an elf. It's very reminiscent of what you get back in the Celtics area, Ireland. These things are they're responsible for certain tasks. Some of them are house related. Some of them are growing. Some of them just protect your property. Others are just very mischievous. They just love to, mess around with you. It's like an elf and a leprechaun in the same instance. But with these, they don't normally show their presence to anybody. They don't take form unless they want to mess with you or protect you. And the fact that he caught this being in a tree, one is very interesting, in Mexico, right by the project. And two, it doesn't hurt to follow some of the folklore of what people would label peasants, because a lot of times it comes to be true. Like I said before, Elton John was in doing a show in 2010, and they didn't appease. They were told, you need to appease this creature, the Alux. And they said, nah, we're not going to do it. They didn't bother, didn't believe in it. And the stage collapsed. And there were other shows where some of the other performers, I think it was Placido Domingo, and there was a couple other people, they heeded it and they left. wine and honey, and and they asked for permission to do it. Another instance was when they were building another roadway throughout the country. It was a project at one point. They were plagued with all these different problems, especially over a bridge area. It kept on collapsing. The steel would break, everything would just fall apart. And what happened is they built a little shack, like a little house. And we're talking about a small house, like, it really doesn't have to be really that big. It's small. And they made an appeasement there. They put wine there and honey and chocolate and liquor. And they said, and that the Alux took it apparently, and everything was fine. And they protected the project. So with him going there, this is the president's pet project. He's doing a train that cuts across the country. He should have known better. He's an older gentleman. He should have known better. There's a lot of folklore, and I know a lot of people like to discredit it, but it doesn't hurt you to put out a pack of cigarettes for these things to make sure your project goes. What is it in Iceland? I believe it is. They have the fairy rings. They reroute roads because of these beings.
Right.
And they really take it seriously. So,
well, I was just reading on Andre Manuel's Twitter account. Okay. And apparently this image that he released today was taken in 2021 or older, but not much older. And that was taken in context to a stone figure that was carved into one of the pyramid sides by the Mayans to kind of show that these trolls or these entities are out there somewhere.
Right. And I was going to talk about this, so I sent you some photos of this, and I did a couple different photos with it. But if you really look at this, there is something very odd. If you can get a better look at the bottom of the feet, it's not normal feet. They're weird shaped. It's almost as if they don't have the 5 digits they should have. It's not normal. It doesn't look normal, and the way it grips on, it doesn't look normal. Also, if you look at the face of this thing, and there is this distinct, like a bigger cheek area and like a longer nose, which is, they used to have a product way back when called Trolls. Remember them? And they, they'd have the long hair and everything, and kids would like, oh, I want this one or whatever. It looks like that. And it's, I mean, who the heck is going to go on top of a tree like this? And it doesn't seem to be a very big entity. It's just bizarre. So even if it was taken in 2021, I'm wondering if you will come forward and tell what appeasements were made, in order to, appease it. I mean, did they actually give a tobacco offering or something? Did they build a hut to make sure the project goes? Because this is his pet project, cutting through a lot of sacred land. And if this creature is not happy with you, it's not going to work out in your favor. But it's weird. I'm thinking if you took that good hair and you put it up straight up, it would look very reminiscent of the card figures and the Mayan card figures. I think they posted on Twitter. They put them side by side, and it looks like one of those trolls. Really funky hair all the way up in the bun.
It reminds me of, in your description and research into this creature, reminds me of what First Nations up here in Canada and the U.S. Claim to be little people.
Yes.
Well, they're tricksters, they're hoaxsters. They have connections to the underworld that if you upset them, they will seek revenge on you. But then again, they can also help you in some of your worst of times if you have been good to them.
Right. Again, it's like the leprechaun, right? So a leprechaun is a trickster. The pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. They're not the nicest things in the planet, and they've made a couple of movies about it, great horror movies. Oh, the leprechaun. But it's very reminiscent. if they don't like you, they will seek revenge. And in the world of the elemental, revenge is death. Ultimately, that's the course that's going to take place. It's going to be bad, and it's not just going to be bad for one person. It's like if you have a family living in a home, the whole home is going to start getting sick, or diseases, or disfigurements. The crops are going to fail. You're going to lose your job. Whatever it is, they make sure it happens. And again, we're talking about something that's supposed to be a legend and a folklore, but here we see this being in a tree. There's no advantage for the president to put this out. So there's something to this. And that's why, sometimes when you see the folklore and you hear the stories, once upon a time or whatever, there's a lot of truth to it. A lot of the fairy tales have a basis in some form of truth. Someone saw these things. And I say this because if you go and you look at one of those old maps where you see the mermaids on it, and then you see the big octopus or whatever, or these really fantasy creatures with wings, and your horses with wings, Pegasus, dragons. Why is it that if you go and look at all the different cultures, they all have this very similar description of the same type of animals in similar locations, if not the same location? There wasn't an internet back then. And it wasn't like, you had people from Iceland really, like, oh, I'm just going to go to Japan for a few days. And then they talk about dragons and they come back. There's something to this. People are seeing things. It's not just a delusion. It's not just, lack of food or water. They're witnessing it, and they're the best way to witness and mark and have some form of history is always been in a picture. Look at the pictographs that litter the Southwest and around the world within caves, like that French cave where they painted all the horses and the strange creatures. That is the equivalent of writing it down. It's an eyewitness account of what they saw outside. This is incredible, though. I want more information on this. I'm willing to go to Mexico.
Oh, hey, let's go. Let's go. There's no sharks where this thing is, so I'm good.
No, there's no sharks. Everything in Mexico can kill you, though, but there's no sharks.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah,
right?
And you're not supposed to bring up this creature's name. You're not supposed to say this name. This is what it's like with many of these type of creatures.
Let's talk about that. That's an interesting point, because like a lot of First Nations people say you're not supposed to bring up the Wendigo. You're not supposed to say the S word, which stands for skinwalkers, because they could pop in and start doing their damage very, very quickly. I mean, there's a lot of these out there, man.
There's a lot of them. I'll let you know. We were doing an investigation upstate New York. There was a bunch of us at this one facility, and one of the guys mentioned he was former Air Force guy, I believe. He goes, there's this whole Air Force tunnels underneath the ground over here, and like all these old bunkers that they're they haven't used them for decades. And actually, in one point where we were, there were nuclear silos, but there were we were thinking about, hey, let's go down and we'll do an investigation there. And he suggested, like, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Well, we didn't tell our psychic. Our psychic actually is out of Arkansas, and my buddy Al, he gets a call the next day. Where the hell she's like, where the hell are you going? What are you doing? What's this investigation? He says, what are you talking about? Like, you're not going there. He's like, what are you talking about? You're going to go some tunnels or whatever? He goes, yeah. How did you know about that? She's psychic. She picked up on what we were discussing. She got visited in the middle of the night that night. The same night we were talking about, that night, she got visited. She was in the tunnel. She was in that chamber. And she came across this thing that went right in her face and told them, do not come here. And she said it was the most horrifying, scariest thing she's ever experienced. She got up at 3:30 in the morning and salted her entire property. And she said, when she was describing this, like, what she said it had horns. It was just nasty. It smelled terrible. So we started sending her pictures, and we send her a picture of a Wendigo and a Skinwalker. She goes, and it's like Wendigo, boom, the Skinwalker Wendigo thing, boom, that was it. And it scared the living crap out of her. So we never went back. I mean, if you're being advised in certain things, look, we like to find the answers. We like going places, and we kind of hedge our bets. But if you're told by someone who's been 99.999% accurate with everything you're doing, don't go there because you're going to get a problem. You don't go. And I hardly ever mention those names as an appeasement to the elders that have come before me in relationship to that. I'll discuss it. I have ways of discussing it without mentioning it. I'll draw something with an antlers and it says it begins with a W, and they know exactly what you're talking about. They don't want you to say it, but I've talked to a couple of people that I know locally about them. Like, what's the deal with that? And they just come out of nowhere, and they're not nice. And they flesh eating, cannibalistic, whatever you want to call it. It is just not nice. Matter of fact, when I was saying there's a lot of weird things going on, one of the big things being seen throughout this country a lot now and the world are what you would call skinwalkers. These are individuals who basically have done the most god-awful rituals and rites, necrophilia, it's just disgusting what they have to do to get to this stage where you're this ultimate witch, black magic, where you can transform yourself. And their people are seeing these things, that the way they act, the way they move, they look like humans. Sometimes they look like deer, but deer with their heads cracked, and they come out of nowhere. It's insane what's going on. Great. There's a great video these guys took. It's probably made the rounds. You all have probably seen it, but they're like, "Hey, buddy, you have a problem?" You can hear it in the voice. It sounds like one of those, like that guttural grunting, and it's just not right. This guy's just standing there, just doesn't look right. Looks out of his gourd like he's, I don't know, been smoking crystal meth for the last 5 days straight. And when he comes, that they want to know if he's in trouble. They're being good guys, and this thing looks like a man. It goes down on all fours and kind of crawls up this embankment to go greet him, and they just took off. They want out. I mean, it's just not natural. That's one. I mean, that there's reports of them all along. They're on the Appalachian Trail, usually southern, from like the North Carolinas down. There's been a couple of different reports, been hearing from a couple of people within the states, like, there's a lot of skinwalkers. People are describing these things like skinwalkers. They look like men or humans, and then they're just acting funny. And then the next thing you know, here's the key. They see a wolf that just pops up, and a wolf runs away. Part of the skinwalker legend is that you are able to transform yourself into other animals. It's usually a wolf, but sometimes it'll be a hawk. It'll be a deer or an elk or whatever suits you for that area. And they're not up to good. There's great example, actually out of Canada, Dave, a bunch of years ago on the Greyhound bus. I forgot the gentleman's name, but they were traveling.
Winnipeg.
Was it Winnipeg? I remember when that. I literally listened to that because a couple of my friends had scanners. We're listening, like, what the heck's going on? Whatever. There was a couple of little messages here and there. You got to check out what's going on in this. And they sent us some information. We were listening to a scanner of this, and you could hear live, like the officers had no clue what this guy was doing. But yeah, a gentleman gets on the bus in Winnipeg, the Greyhound bus, and goes to the back of the bus, sits down next to another guy who was basically sleeping. And within minutes, he he starts acting very, very strange. Everybody says he smelt like rotten flesh, like decayed flesh. There was something strange about him, black eyes. The next thing you know, he cut the head off the guy that he's sitting next to, and he's going berserk, and he's eating pieces of it. And the bus is surrounded by the Mounties, and he's holding the head up into the window. I mean, it was just a fiasco, and he doesn't remember any of this stuff. And I think it was like last year he was going to be released, or they were thinking about it.
He has been released.
Oh,
he has been released after his time in a psychiatric institution, and he has been released, and much to the chagrin of people who think that when you do that to someone, you might want to spend the rest of your life in prison. But yeah, I mean, he's out walking around, but he believed he was taken over by, I believe, demonic forces, and it's kind of scary.
It's more than, see, we talk on the show about, real things, UFOs, there's cryptids, is what there are people that are scarier than all these things. Although I still don't want to be the dogman up close and personal again. That's enough. Those things are nasty. But this is really, really bizarre, because now we're talking about someone who was taken over by something, but we don't know if he was doing a ritual in order to fulfill that. That's basically what takes place when you're a skinwalker. You are a shaman that does bad things.
Well, it also is, we got about 2 minutes left here, and this one may take us into the next half hour, Brian.
Yes, sir.
But one of the other interesting aspects to this all is when people astral travel, or they leave their body at night, and all of a sudden they get a hitchhiker spirit that takes over their body because their spirit is gone. Now, some people believe that it can't happen, but others believe that they've had their best friends or their partner or their lover or whomever they're sleeping beside wakes up the next morning and is a completely different person, different tone of voice, different actions, maybe gone from left-handed to right-handed, I mean, just strange things that happen like that.
Yeah, that's called marriage, Dave. I'm only joking, folks. Just joking. Don't tell my wife. Yeah, no, that definitely does happen. And see, this is one of the things, like when I do what I do, and I do remote viewing. I call it remote viewing. Our psychic for our group says you're a psychic. A couple of my friends that are remote, no, you're a remote viewer. One of the things you have to do, this is why you have to protect yourself in everything paranormal related. No matter if you're going in the woods looking for Bigfoot or a dogman or anything, even if you're going camping or you're just going to go for a hike, protect yourself. Wear, if you're a religious person, don't just wear the crucifix or the star or whatever it is and say, oh, I'm protected. There's a great movie called Fright Night when it first came out with Roddy McDowell. He held up a cross, and the vampire said, you have to believe. You can't just, not believe. When you go to bed, a lot of times people used to pray. A lot of people aren't praying anymore. Everybody is now being preyed upon. This is the difference. And when people are so filled with all this chaos and they go into a deep sleep and they leave that, they're unbeknownst to them, they're opened up. That's when things happen.
Brian, I'm going to get you to hold on right there, because we are going to take a break here at the top of the hour. Bryan Bowden, researcher, explorer, experiencer, man with literally thousands of podcasts each and every night. We're talking monsters on strange days. Brian is filling in for the ailing Lon Strickler from phantomsandmonsters.com. We appreciate Brian every time he comes on in here. Spaced Out Radio's Hour 2. Coming up next, Hitchhikers. All right, buddy, we're clear.
I'm reading Eugene Braxton, and I think it was him. And then there was another one that said, "Sometimes my marriage feels like I've been abducted." There, yeah, Parasolo. Thank you. I get it. Yeah,
Right. I'll let you chat with the audience. I'm going to take a
sure.
quick break here.
You got it.
Be right
I
back.
got something cool I want to show you. Also, it's going to develop audio and a spectrum. Vegas is full. I hate Vegas. I don't really need to go, but I will be there for the SOR. Prayed, not praying. Yes. You get preyed upon in the wrong way. Canadian bacon's actually pretty good, Joe. I agree, though. It's down ham. Why not? Viva Las Vegas. Hey, Brian, with an I. That's how my cousin spells his. Really great way to screw the crap out of your grandparents. I'm looking. I know. Jay Burke, I agree with you. They didn't need to remake Fright Night. That's all. Nothing original comes out of Hollywood anymore. It's all remakes of great movies that don't need to be remade. Religion ain't going to save you, but God will. No problem, Kira. I don't know. Everybody spells. That's why I don't even use my name when they ask me, like, what name on the order? I just tell them Bigfoot, and they just look at me like you're going to spell my name wrong anyhow. It's Bigfoot. What flavor am I vaping? I am vaping pineapple whip with frozen peach, and a great company. Let me find it for you. I almost went into making it at one point, but my favorite is from Shinjin Vape. It's called Dragon's Blood, and it's like an apple raspberry that kind of changes here and there often. It's really, really good stuff. Very good. It is from there. Kilo. Actually the frozen one it's frozen peaches from Shinjin Vape. Yes, I'm legal age. I think so. And I'm gonna hold it up to the camera. No, that's 10% off. Here. Frozen peaches. Shinjin Vape. There we go. And the other one is it is from another company called Kilo, Kilo, and it is pineapple whip. And this thing is absolutely incredible. And I think they deliver everywhere. Really good stuff. So my phone doesn't want to. Tiger's Blood is really, really good. Shinjin Vape. A great, great company. If you can get it. Try it. I think you will like it. And it's SHIJIN is the name. WAP. WAP today. It depends on what you're talking about with WAP. Is it wet something or we're talking vape, Dave?
What's that?
We're talking vape, and then someone asked me, Canadian bacon and pineapple actually could work. Have you ever tried chocolate covered bacon? God's gift to the planet. Think about that. Forgot who it was. Someone asked me about Grandmaster UV. Asked me, what do you think about WAP?
No, we're not going there, Gong Show. Okay. Let's keep it a little bit professional here.
Yes, I'm not going to go there.
Yeah. My favorite when I vaped was pineapple ice. And
Well,
it's funny.
It's from
Can't
Kilo.
stand pineapple.
You can't stand it? This is Kilo. It's a great company, and it's called Pineapple Whip. And then
Yeah.
if you mix it with the frozen peaches from Shenzhen, it's just it doesn't dry out. It's just awesome. It's really good. When at one point when I say 2 packs, I'm not smoking two, all of them. Have a little bit, you put it down, a little bit.
Right.
And I went from that when we were going to have the first kid to 2 cigarettes in 3 weeks. I was just about to go to 0, and then the doctor said, "It's a girl." So I read, "Give me a pack of cigarettes, please."
Yeah, exactly. All right. A big thank you to Vaughn, Lara, Louie, Steven, NorCal, West Coast, and Dry Toast for the amazing super chats. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. I know I'm missing one there. I know I am. I'll have to go back and check. And let's remember, Las Vegas coming up. Check the ticker at info@spacedoutradio.com. Here we go.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. What do you got for us, Clam? Adonius. Adonius is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. Bryan Bowden is here, researcher, author, explorer, experiencer of the unknown, and one of the best guys when it comes to all things cryptid. He has like 8,884 podcasts going at once, and he is filling in for the ailing Lon Strickler on Strange Days tonight, which we do near the end of each month to talk about the monsters that are among us. And Bryan, thank you so much for joining us.
You're very, very welcome. It's my pleasure to be here. And there was a question about skinwalkers being fallen angels, and I don't believe that. Fallen angels are fallen angels. That's just my opinion. Sorry about that. There's a lot of this that's going on right now throughout the whole paranormal community, where everything becomes everything's a Nephilim or a demon or no. Demons don't play games. Fallen angels sure as heck don't play games. And Nephilim are what they were. That's it. But I don't believe these creatures are part of that. Actually, I believe a lot of these creatures that we're seeing now, which are like these sprites and fairies and elves and what have you, are coming because of us playing with the colliders around the globe. And I think what they're doing is they're ripping up our timeline with another timeline, and when they kind of converge them back together, there's still some cracks in it. And this is where I've said this before on your show. The first collider was in Illinois, and they started it up, and just as fast as they started up, they shut it down, and roughly shut it down right when someone came up with, I thought Mandela was dead. And it wasn't. That's where the Mandela effect happens. And every time they ramp up the collider over there at CERN, we get more and more Mandela effects. And we see more and more of these flying cryptids, black, red-eyed like Mothman creatures. Lon talks about them over in Chicago all the time. Black-eyed kids. So this is where I think a lot of this is coming from, because there's an opening now.
I want to talk to you
Could be.
before we get to some audience questions. I want to
Sure.
talk to you about hitchhikers, because people who have alien encounters claim that they come back with hitchhiker spirits or ghosts that are attached to them. People who have had Sasquatch encounters or alien encounters or even paranormal investigations, going back to their house, and all of a sudden their kids are seeing ghosts, or their dog is being scared out of its wits. I mean, there's a lot of this happening around with these hitchhikers. For people who may not understand, what is a hitchhiker?
So a hitchhiker is someone who jumps on you or your aura or your essence and comes along with you after an encounter. It could actually, you can get a hitchhiker not on a paranormal investigation. You've been going to, there's a great story. One of my friends who also investigates this talks about being a bartender. The same guy kept coming into the bar, didn't order anything strange, comes into the bar again one night, and she said, has a totally different look on his face. He goes, shot, no salt. And he was a totally different person. And she knew at that point, this guy got jumped. He didn't want the salt because the salt will get you, that's a curative, a protective. So you can go to places, you can go on investigations. Believe it or not, when you guys go out to these haunted houses, those haunted houses, that energy that's being put out there, and it's fun, but there's also a bit of negativity to it, believe it or not. That attracts these type of jumpers, and they will jump into you and just go home with you. And basically it's slightly like a possession, but not. It can become a full possession if it goes that route, depending on what's jumping into you. But you mentioned earlier about going to bed. Now, when you go to sleep and you reach a REM state where your eyes are fluctuating, everything around you in this world disappears, and you are the closest to like vibrating at a higher frequency and level, and you're opened up. Some people wake up and they are changed, like you were saying, they're left-handed versus right-handed, or something's different about them. These people are being used as vehicles to come into this realm and this world. What they're doing there, I don't know. Some of them want to do it because they miss it. They're in that ether between earth and heaven, that space where, and they miss that, the touch, the feel. Others are just being malicious, and they will take your life and ruin it. I mean, there's plenty of people like, oh, you've changed. If you've ever had that, you've changed. You're not the same person I met before. And I've been on investigations, and the guy I go out with all the time on the investigation, he's my paranormal brother, Al Santoriga. We were on an investigation, and he had this look on his face. I knew something was wrong, and I knew we had to go. And he was just wide open. He wasn't aware of he never took the fact that he has certain gifts and abilities seriously. And he thinks he's inhuman, like I'm gonna defend the world against this evil. And he was noticeably different. He was smiling. There was a look in his eye that was not the same Al that I've known. So this happens a lot. And when people, and it happens when people play over things, with the Ouija boards, it's another form of opening a veil or a gate to your home, and you're not protected.
It is scary. It is scary what could truly attach to you, at any point in time. And this is why, like right before the break, we kind of dipped our toe into the pool where, when people are out astral traveling, that there have been spirits who take over the body, and you can't get your own spirit back in. I mean, as weird and as sci-fi as that sounds, I mean, there's been numerous reports over the years of people, husbands or wives waking up the next day and then noticing a significant change in their significant other.
Yes.
I mean, the spirit world, it can really jump on anything.
Yeah. I mean, it does happen. And what happens there is it's not that you are physically removed from your body. What happens is something comes in and just crowds you out. So you this is your shell, this is your vessel. And something will say, I want in on that. Jump in and then just start pushing you over and over. It may just start as, just an attachment where they're on top of you somehow. And when I'm saying this, it's not like you feel somebody's climbing on your back. They're just attaching to you. They're connecting to your aura, that light that shines, over and around you, and they're attracted to that. And sometimes it may be. I always thought auras are also like for some of these beings, like a food source. It's an energy, and I think that they thrive on this energy. They need this energy to, exist. And they start getting into you, and you'll have bad bad dreams, or there's been a couple of cases where people are sleeping, like you were talking about, and it's the wife or the spouse, and they're tossing and turning, or they're having night terrors. It's at those moments that they're being attacked, technically, not of this realm, but out of this realm. And you're just having a bad dream. Not necessarily. Here's the difference. See, you can have a dream where you say, I think there was like a donut with a snake, and he may have been wearing a vest. You're not really specific. Or you can say there were two Roman soldiers. They were putting this guy in the big clay, pot, swish, pushing him up and down. And when you pulled him up, you go into detail. There's two different types of things you can have when you go to sleep. You can have a dream, or you can have an experience. And some people have experiences, and in the process, they're not protecting themselves from the experience or for that experience. That leaves their door wide open. It's no different than keeping your door unlocked and then going to bed. Keep your door wide open and go to sleep. You can sleep comfortably? No. That's what happens. And a lot of times this happens. There's a lot of talk now about people that remote view. Ooh, I'm now in remote viewing. Okay, that's great. It's wonderful. What you don't realize as a remote viewer, and there's a couple people I've talked to that did not know this, you can be seen as a remote viewer. You can be caught. I've gotten caught several times.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time it happened was an eye opener, because you think you're in here going, but individuals that have that ability can also catch you. That's why the governments that use remote viewing, our government, the Russian government, a lot of governments, they actually have people that are remote viewers, and their job is like a remote viewer security guard. They will not let you into the facility. They will catch you. And when you're remote viewing or in sleep, everything is known about you. So if you think like, oh, they didn't find me, they know exactly where you live. They can get to you just as easily as you can get to them, and they'll do what they got to do. And this is what takes place. So this is why I always tell people, is maybe say some prayers before you go to sleep. Now I lay me down to sleep, whatever. Say something. Say a prayer of protection. Thank you, Lord, for the great day. Let me wake up and have an even better one. Amen. Protect me. That's it.
I have caught a couple of remote viewers, and people often ask, how do you do it? How do you catch them? Well, the first off, you get this feeling like you're being watched. Like when you're in the forest, you get this feeling like you're being watched, and you just start to focus in on that energy. Okay, where is that coming from? Does your body is your best sensor? Okay, your body will tell you, is it an animal? Is it something else? Is it human? Okay, I had a situation last year when we were casting a Sasquatch print out at our site. I said to my buddy Paul, I said, buddy, we're being watched right now. Something is creeping up on us. I turn around. to check behind us because I just had this weird feeling. And about 80 feet behind me is a deer. Like, thank God it was a deer. It could have been something a lot worse. Bear, cougar, grizzly bear, okay, whatever it was. But the main thing is your body is your best tool to pick this up. And for remote viewers, if you start defining, okay, what is that feeling? It will tell you whether it's a spirit, whether it's a human, whether it's an alien,
Right.
an animal. It will tell you. And then you start focusing in on that energy. Okay, where is it coming from? How, okay, what kind of feeling is this person giving off? Where are they standing in my house or in my yard? Are they looking in a window? I had a situation, Brian, with Science Bob, Dr. Bob McGuire, a couple of years ago, where him and I were having a very sensitive conversation on Signal.
Right.
And I said, all of a sudden, it hit me. I said, Bob, we're being remote viewed right now. I described the person who was remote viewing me, and never being to Bob's house in Alabama, I said, Bob, are you sitting in front of a window? And he goes, yes, I am. I said, behind that window, is there a giant tree that casts a lot of shade? Never seeing a picture.
Yep.
And he goes, yes, there is. And I said, I need you to turn around and look on the right, I forget whether it was right or left side, and tell me if you see a shadow of a person standing there. He turns around and he turns back and he goes, who the heck is that? I said, we're being remote viewed right now because
Yep.
this is what the guy looks like at my place.
Yep.
And that guy's hiding behind that tree.
Yeah. I know Bob's been working that with Lala, doing some remote viewing as well. It's really weird when you see it. And what one of the things you have, I actually I believe that you are very sensitive. You have certain gifts and abilities that you're very much aware of. Everybody here has gifts and abilities. It's the people that want to use them and develop them. That's when they get better. So I always like remote viewing because it's easy. It's kind of like, you know, guess the card. You can do it. Have someone put cards in an envelope, just put them around and just sit there and concentrate on the envelope, what the card is. The more you use the muscle, the stronger it becomes. And once you start doing these things, other things start taking place. You will open up that third eye, and the gifts and abilities that you have been given will start to work. So with you sensing that, that's a given. You're also, you're intuitive to this and more. And it's really interesting when you get caught, because you don't think you can get caught, because you think you're able to peer around someone's place and do things. I went in to heal somebody. I do a lot of healing for people privately. If they need healing, I'll go to them and I'll say, I'll remote view, heal you. And I went to remote view, actually, our psychic. Now, I've never seen her house. I've never seen her kids. I've never seen her daughter. We just talk. So I go in and I went to go heal her. And when I go, the way it works for me is I actually get to the spot. If I say I want to heal this person, they'll take me right to the spot. I've learned this a long time because I kept going, no, I want to go to this person. And it goes right to the same thing. So I learned that where I am is where I need to be. So I enter this house, and the first room I enter is her granddaughter's room, who's about 3 or 4. And it's late. And I'm standing there trying to get over to, where her grandmother is, our psychic. And she wakes up and she's staring at me. I said, hi, and I'm actually communicating with this child right now. And I'm telling her, I'm like, I'm here to help you, grandma. I'm here to help Gram, right? And they're just looking at me, not screaming, nothing. It's like, I think they thought it was a dream, but I was able to go past. I was able to figure out what was going on. And the next day, I told her, I said, I did the healing. She goes, I know, I kind of felt you there. And at that point, she said, yeah, my granddaughter told me you were here. So I said, well, I didn't know if she was going to see me or not. But yeah, she saw me, and it's weird. It's very, very strange. But I don't peer into people's private lives. That's not my thing. I don't want it done to me, so I wouldn't do it to anybody else. But some people are very interested in what you're you're going to do, Dave, and what other people are doing,
Oh,
especially
yeah.
Science Bob. I mean, yeah.
Let's get to some audience questions. Start
Sure.
off with Hackmeister here. You said a tiny bit ago about possession at the bar. Could it be possible that these creatures are working together with the paranormal of demons, fallen, Nephilim? I've never heard of creature possession. Hope to see you in Vegas.
Yeah. One, I'll be in Vegas, and two, okay, so here's the thing. So we have creatures that were on Earth before God created man and put man on Earth and in charge of Earth. And that pissed off a lot of these creatures, one of which is the jinn. Okay. It's where you get your genies from and stuff. They despise humans, and jinn will pose as multiple different things. They will pose as demons. They will pose as Bigfoot. They will pose as monsters. They will pose as shadow people. Anything to get you the hell off the planet. And if you take your life in the process, better for them. They want their world back, and they're not going to get it unless humans don't exist. As far as them working in concert with each other, I don't think so. Again, there are other demons other than fallen angels and entities that come from that. There are a lot of evil that has been on this planet for years. When you do the Holy Saint Michael prayer, it's not only the devil you're protecting yourself from, but all evil that has prowled the earth seeking the ruin of souls. And that means there's others there. I don't think they work hand in hand. They're all out for their own, I guess, need or desire. So no, I don't. And the Nephilim are just the bastard children of sons of daughters of man and angels. I do believe some of them have survived. Those would be giants, like giants. There's been recently up actually in your country, Dave, in Canada, the guy that saw the giant on top, I forgot what mountain it was, and then disappeared.
By Whistler, yes.
Yeah. I mean, and that was a good video. That was really good. So
well, where I had a little bit of trouble with that one was the fact I know that area pretty well.
Okay.
And for that giant, if that was real, okay, if that video was real, that giant would have had to be well over 100 feet tall in order to be seen.
I can understand that. I can understand that. Yeah.
Because the average mountain around there is at 7,000 feet. Yeah. Whistler is at 7,000 feet. So for that giant to be even zoomed in to be the size of it was on camera, it would have had to be 100 feet tall.
Oh, and but if you go into what they say in not only the scriptures, but oh God, what's the book? I just have it. I was just reading it. There's another book there. When they talk about the Nephilim, and Nephilim aren't just 10 feet tall. They're 20 feet tall. They're 30. They're 50. They could be 100 feet tall. We don't really know. They are tall. They had to flood. God flooded the entire earth to get rid of them. That's pretty significant. So they're not going to be little. Again, I kind of agree with you about the height of that thing, because you got to be pretty damn big to see that. And where's 100-foot individual entity going and not being seen on a daily basis? That's a big question.
When we return with Bryan Bowden here on Spaced Out Radio, we have him till the top of the hour on Strange Days. We are going to get into more audience questions, and we are going to get more into as much as we could jam in. How about that?
Sure.
I mean, that's why we use WD-40 around here, in order to lube it up so we could slip everything in, even in those tight crevices. You know what I'm saying? But the idea behind it is we are talking monsters all night long with researcher, explorer, experiencer, and your questions next. So if you have any questions and you're in one of our chat rooms or on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio, put your questions in capital letters. We will be right back with the second half of Spaced Out Radio when we return. Stay tuned. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. Hello, Falafel Bay. Welcome to SOR Chat.
I got to thank Rogue Greg for giving me Enoch because it slipped my mind. I knew I was going to say Ezra, and my brain was not on all fours at that point.
Eddie Rodriguez, how you doing?
Eddie Rodriguez. It reminds me of the Cheech and Chong. They wanted to do the movie Eddie Torres, the extra testicle.
Juliana McGill, how are you?
Friend of Squirrel. I like that. All right, I got to get more jerseys like this. Actually, I just got to get a Bull Terrier. I need to go buy another Bull Terrier.
I think you should get a Syracuse jersey.
I have a Syracuse Bulldogs jersey. Bring me on next time. It's Oglethorpe's. And it says Ogie Oglethorpe on the back. I was walking in the mall the other day. There's a mall over here. Some guy goes, buy a soda after the game, Ogie.
That is
nuts.
I want to get a t-shirt of his.
Huh? Which one?
I gotta get a t-shirt of his.
I bought the Oglethorpe. Yep. That is just great. The whole announcement. I reposted that announcement. Oh no, not again. Well, between the litigation and all the problems and that country deporting him and that country, I mean, it was just the greatest introduction.
Deporting him back to Canada and Canada not accepting him back.
Ogie Oglethorpe. Great. You know what? It's a great movie.
The best scene in that entire movie for me, and it kills me every time, is when the poodle comes onto the ice and he's just like this to all the crowd, and he's just got his middle finger up, and he's just, oh God.
I made the mistake when my daughter was like, my youngest was like 4 or 5 years old, something like that. She came home early from school and she wanted to watch some, I don't know, like Pony Pie or whatever. I'm like, no, I'm sick and tired of this. This is my moment. So I had her, she's lying down next to me with a little bit of a fever. I said, we're going to watch one of Daddy's movies. I put on Goon.
Oh, I still haven't seen it. I don't want to.
Oh my God. No, it's actually very, very good. You got to see it. It's very, very good.
I ever tell you the time, dude, where I played in this hockey league. I was like 21 years old, and I get asked to play in this league called the Mission League. It doesn't even exist anymore. And I said to the team organizer, we were the Bruins. I said, is there any fighting in this league? And he goes, yeah, there's the odd scrap, right? Let alone, dude, this was like straight out of Slapshot, this league. Okay.
It's great.
And like my first game, Indoctrination, I'm on the bench and a freaking line brawl breaks out like right in front of the benches.
Man.
Right. And I'm just standing there watching this and I'm like, oh yeah, Davey can handle this, you know. And it was great. It was just beautiful.
Yep.
And
let me tell you, I got 3 teeth over here thanks to and it wasn't ice hockey, it was foot hockey, and it just got out of control.
Oh, foot hockey, street hockey's brutal.
Yeah, I went to High School of Art and Design, by the way, New York. Someone asked that question.
But this league, though, Brian, oh my God, it was. We had a brawl one time. I was injured, so I couldn't. No, pardon me. I was suspended.
Why were you suspended? Putting on the foil coach?
I was suspended, and we actually had a brawl on the ice, and the brawl ended up like just a line brawl. The line brawl ended up in my team's dressing room. It was honestly, it was beautiful, man. And so I go running in there. My other teammate who was injured goes running in there, and we're just, it was a brawl, I mean, so what are we supposed to do? And one of the guys who was fighting in that brawl on our team was an RCMP officer. So even if they called the police, nothing would have happened.
All bets are off on ice.
Big thank you to Hack ×2, Monica, Dry Toast, and I'm sorry for forgetting that last time, Monica. West Coast, NorCal, Stephen, Louie, Lara, and Vaughn for the amazing super chats. Love and support. Here we go. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate you tuning us on in wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to all the agents and agencies tuning us on in as well. Give us a call sometime. Let us know how you're doing. We'd appreciate that. If you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/spaced out radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Bryan Bowden, we have him till the top of the hour in for Strange Days, filling in for the ailing Lon Strickler. And Bryan may be back next month as well. We'll have to check out to see how Lon is doing at that point. But Bryan, it's been a great show so far. And I want to get some audience questions, if you don't mind. Let's go to Gong Show here. What about the Yosemite alien night crawlers? Which star system do you think they came from, Bryan Bowden?
I have no idea. There's so many different creatures and Yosemite aliens. Not sure about those. Not sure. I've gotten a lot of questions relating to the reptilian based creatures, because people are now more concerned about reptilians than anything else ever since all the recent hype about shot down balloons and unidentified flying whatever. But I couldn't answer that question.
Gotcha. All right, let's move on here. Let's go to Hadley. Why do you think people see ghosts?
Some people see ghosts because it's a departed loved one that's coming back to say hello to you, and just watching over you and letting you know that they're okay. Other people see ghosts because they have abilities and they're unaware that they have them, because the way society is, you're not supposed to see ghosts. And that's basically it. Other people go see ghosts because they're going to go on the ghost hunting thing. But those are the two ways of actually why you're going to be able to see a ghost.
Yeah, or you just got the good luck charm of being able to see dead people.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's ghosts. Yeah.
Soul Light is asking, what do you think happened to dragons and Pegasus?
That's a really great question. I was just talking and we're going to throw unicorns in there if you don't mind.
You go.
I think the dragon end of it was hunted down, and after a while, it kind of the need for certain aspects of the dragon left the flight and that type of it. As far as the Pegasus, don't know. But it's not only the Greeks that were talking about it. The whole British Isle used to talk about it. And eventually the Greeks came in there, but this was prior to that type of mingling between the cultures. I don't know what happened to Pegasus. There's been a couple of different, every once in a blue moon, you'll get the random unicorn post with some sketchy, like it's a video, but it's like, from a distance, like there's a unicorn there and you're seeing a unicorn come out. As far as the Pegasus, don't know. I have no idea what happened to that. I'd love to see one.
They would be kind of interesting.
That would be.
Really would. Truth Entertainment is asking, what about the race species of extraterrestrial that travel the galaxies, implanting otherless entities with deep mind warps that convinces them of all kinds of nonsense?
Well, there's a lot of races and species of ETs that do travel the galaxies. They do come here, and that's because it's not to convince them that all the stuff is nonsense. They're using us for our DNA. And there was a big discussion recently about, I forgot where I was hearing it, but they're talking about the RH negative and stuff. Our friend Butch Witowski and I used to talk about this all the time, and I stated it straight up. It's not about the RH, it's about your blood type and how rare you are in relationship to your DNA, and the fact that DNA is the greatest base model to take these races that are dying off and make new, members of that race. Because it's a science class, you'll have alien, human, alien, human. I mean, eventually what you'll do is you can breed out the human aspect of it and still have the alien race going. But I don't know if it's nonsense. I've seen things and had experiences that people always call BS on, but 100% happen.
All right, let's go on to Joe. My dog keeps seeing things in the house and growling at them. Is she seeing remote viewers?
Nope, she's seeing spirits, and she's seeing either a ghost or an entity that is coming now. They're going to see it and react the way they should react. I think if it's a negative entity, they will cower and they won't, they'll stop. If it's somebody family related, but they've never met them, that has passed on, be it a father, a mother, a grandparents, a sibling, they're just doing what they're doing. My brother, we had an apartment in our building, and the whole line, it was cursed. And when we bought the apartment, I went in with my brother's Rottweiler, and he went to this one spot. It was like summer, so it was super hot. There was no AC on. This one spot was cold as ice. And as I'm walking around admiring the apartment, the dog's sitting there looking up, and then it cowered. This is a 150-pound Rottweiler, and it goes down like this, facing a corner. So later on, that entity did reveal itself. It was giving people basically issues that turned into cancer. And everybody in that line of has died from some form of stomach ailment or cancer, including my parents.
That's terrible.
It is terrible. The whole building is built. Where I live is where they built. They had the forge for it's either the Merrimack. I think it was the Merrimack or one of the ships for the Civil War. And the person that's doing it in there is literally a naval officer. He's been seen half body apparition by the woman that was helping my mother from Jamaica, who he ran at her and went through her, and she never went back into the house wearing the naval coat. When I did a EVP session there, I got 3 names, and 2 were officers. One was naval, one was artillery, and they both, the woman, I forgot her name, this a while ago. The woman was the lover of both of them, and there was like a big battle there between the 2 of them. It was like a love triangle. And if you look it up, it's all right there. I would never have known this. I just started putting names into Google, and boom, 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 it all popped up. And the 2 officers that popped up, both of them had this love interest. It's very bizarre. That's why I'm trying to, get out of that building.
Don't blame you. Don't blame you. Joe also has an issue with aliens that he doesn't like to admit to.
Well, I had a couple of issues with aliens, and people are waking up with bloody noses now. Nosebleeds that never did it. So we're having problems.
Always the nosebleed.
Yes,
YJ says, I saw a blonde girl, early 20s, watching me fix my Jeep. Only saw a torso and head. Then she vanished when I said hi. Was she a remote viewer? Just initial gut feelings, please.
No, she was your guardian angel. She was one of your guardians or spirit guides. And she was keeping an eye on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. 100%. And that was, yeah, that's actually was a reading on my end. And that's what it was.
I will confirm that. I will confirm that.
Sure.
Let's go to random guy. Dave, you're in a bunker. Spam or tuna in cans for the apocalypse?
Tuna.
No. All depends. Do I have mayonnaise for the tuna?
Hold that phone. I'll give you a reason why tuna. When I went to Hawaii, 4 Hawaiians told me spam is the biggest thing in Hawaii. You want to know why? It's the closest thing to human flesh. They were formerly cannibals. That's why they eat spam.
That's why I don't go to Hawaii.
Tuna, please.
Well, do you have mayonnaise or what? Now, if it, like I know the whole tuna chicken by the sea kind of thing. I mean, who doesn't remember Charlie from Starkist?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Those were great commercials back in the day.
That was great.
But I don't know. I'm not a tuna fan, and I'm definitely not a spam fan. I'd have to say tuna, though. I'll go with tuna. But around here, you can eat almost anything.
Up in your woods, I mean, you can bunker. You just go out for 5 minutes. You can pull down an elk.
Get a deer.
You have elk, right?
Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah,
somewhere.
Bear, you got to watch out for.
No, you know what is Moose first thing I would. I'll be honest with you. The apocalypse hit. Number one, they ain't getting into my area for a long, long time. Okay, they aren't, because I'm just way too out there from where I live. But the first thing I'm doing, going into the forest and going to get a bunch of grouse.
Oh,
yeah, because I'm not used to, even though I'm surrounded by wild game, I'm not used to eating wild meat.
Yep.
And grouse is the closest thing. It tastes identical to chicken. Identical to chicken. It's fantastic.
You need something that also produces eggs.
Lots of chickens around here.
Yep.
Lots of people got chickens. I'm thinking about actually getting myself some chickens. I got a big enough yard, but
chicken eggs right now in the States. I may buy a couple of chickens myself.
Yeah. And the other thing I would go after is a black bear.
Why that?
Because their meat is phenomenal.
I've never had that.
Yeah, you grind that up with, because there's a lot of cattle ranches around here, so you grind up the black bear with the cattle beef. Oh.
Okay.
And then you dry it out for. I will tell you this: the most tasty jerky I've ever had has been black bear.
I gotta try that. We have a place near here called Bucky's, and they have black bear in there. Yeah. So I'll take the word for it. And I'll go taste
some black bear jerky. Tastes really good. All right, let's move on here. I'm getting hungry. That's why. All right. Do you think ghosts know they're ghosts, or do some think they're still alive?
Some don't realize they died. And yes, they just don't realize they're dead. They do think they're still alive. And most of them, when you get to that point, if they haven't gone, we'll call it into the light, and they get stuck in the ether, they don't know. They don't know where they are. They feel like they're in a dark room and like, what the heck's going on? Sometimes when you're there long enough and you get to understand, like, you're dead, then you are a ghost, and you could you have a couple options. You always can go to the light when it comes by and try to go into the light, or you could just sit there and be one of those pains in the what that take your socks and monkey with people's minds.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Or if it's an accidental, like they don't know what's happened.
Well, that's most of the time. There was someone I was called. I was going to a meeting, And I was called by a friend of mine, and they needed help, and they needed somebody to go and help their ex-husband who died, who is currently I see you on death's door and stuck between a world. So I actually had to go. I never met this guy before. Big old biker guy, like scary biker guy. He was not a nice guy. And he was fighting me, and I kept going back to her and saying, look, he's fighting me. But what was interesting, before I got the phone call, I kept hearing the phrase, eat a peach, eat a peach, eat a peach. And so even while I was talking to him there, and I eventually, she told me, tell him X has sent you. That's her name. So I went there and, and I said, whoa, don't get mad at me. I'm just here to help you. X sent me. And he had this like son of a, look on his face. I said, you have a choice to make. You can either stay here. You can either move on, die, pass away, and move into the light, or you can come back. But if you come back, it's going to be painful, but you seem like a fighter. You can handle it. And eventually he made his choice, but he had no idea where the hell he was. And I actually had to tell him where he was. And it's very interesting because after I relayed all this to my friend who asked me to do this for her, I said, just curious, does eat a peach mean anything to you? Because it means something to me. I know what it means for me. She started laughing. He goes, yeah. He used to say it all the time. And because Dwayne Allman, the guitarist for the Allman Brothers, the album that they put out, Eat a Peach, because he drove his motorcycle into the back of a peach truck. So he ate a peach. And that's exactly what basically happened to this guy, except it wasn't a peach truck. So he had to tell him.
Wow, that's heavy.
Yeah. Oh,
I had
great.
I had a friend of mine who passed away, and this story actually cost me a bunch of other friends who aren't believers. When I remote viewed him to see where he was very atheist.
Yep.
And atheist people are, when they're just sitting there dumbfounded, not knowing where they are.
Yeah.
On the other side. And there are stories about that night that I know that I've never let the family know, but other friends have confirmed where he was. And this gentleman, a friend of mine, he was in his late 30s. And had some chest issues in the past, and decides to go to a massage parlor, shall we say. I think that's a polite way to put it.
Yep.
He leaves the massage parlor and then goes to walk down to his car, down a flight of stairs, and has a heart attack.
Yep.
Dies right there. And he's found like a couple hours later, he was already gone. But nonetheless, so I said to him, when I remote viewed in on him, I said to him, so what were you doing? He goes, oh, Davey. He goes, you know how I am. I went for, I can't use the term on the air, but it starts with rub. And, and he's like, what am I supposed to do? He goes, where the hell am I? I said, dude.
Yep.
You're dead. He's like, what? And it was amazing because he felt his feet were stuck on that stairwell because he kept asking me what all these really dark creatures were that were running around him.
Yeah, there is. I know what you're talking about. It's very much. If you ever seen the movie Ghost.
Yes. Yes. Perfect example.
Yeah, those dark things that come running around and like shadows. It's like that, but they're not there for bad, the bad people. It will scare the hell out of you. That's why you want to go to the light. And if in that situation is perfect example of you not knowing you're dead. What a way to go, though.
Yeah. Well, this guy here, I finally got him out of there. I said, look, dude, you're going to have to trust me on this one. I said, I know you don't believe in any of this crap. I said, but you're going to have to trust me on this. And I said, now that we're in this realm, we can go anywhere at any time.
Yep.
And I took him to our fishing spot.
Smart.
and just to get him out of that area. And we just talked a little bit about what the other side was like. And I'm like, well, this is what I think it is, and so on and so forth. And he's like, dude, how did we get here? And I'm like, we can just go.
Yeah.
So that's the beauty of this side. And so I talked to him about his family and his friends and this girl that he was in love with, but they never ever got together. It was just his personal crush. And, that's kind of the way it ended, and
wow.
hasn't seen me since. Hasn't come back since. Steven wants to know, final question, as we got about 4 minutes to go. What is the best way to protect against a malicious spirit?
You can, first and foremost, you can sage. Are you talking about yourself or property? We'll just do both. You can sage your property, and you have to tell it it's not allowed there. You can use holy water besides sage. You can also salt your property. Yes, I prefer kosher salt because it's a little bit more pure than some of the other salts. There's certain religious implications to it. The best way to protect yourself against that is to take, if you believe in a higher power, take that spirit into you. Also protect yourself when you go out and you're going into the world. I like to put salt in my pocket, and you don't have to put, like sprinkle salt there. Go to those restaurants and they give you a little salt package. Take a bunch of those, stick them in your pocket. This is good for anybody also that if you're going to go talk to the boss or you have a situation you don't know what's going to work out, put it in your shoes, put a couple of packets in your shoes and go and talk. It's going to protect you. That will protect you against malicious spirits. It doesn't hurt to ask the Lord our God, whatever you believe in, to also, shield you and put you in a bubble of white golden light and love from him or her, whatever your belief is. And that's a pretty good way to protect yourself in general from these things. And also, don't do stupid things. Don't play with Ouija boards. Don't risk it. It's not worth it.
Well, you and I will agree to disagree on the Ouija board thing.
I don't do Ouija boards. There's multiple reasons, but there are other devices that kind of like them, phonetic generators or whatever. Yeah. That's a different story.
Well, I look at them as a tool, and I don't see, like, for me, I don't think they're any more dangerous than, say, a pendulum or tarot cards or tea reading or hand reading or, hanging out with random guy. I don't see it being a
tarot cards.
Yeah.
No, I there's something about the board. See, there's a little bit more guidance with some of these things versus the board. Something's moving and telling you yes, no, my name is Uncle Al, but you don't know what the hell that something is. There's the difference. And that's the difference. Like with a tarot card, you're flipping over something and it's supposed to represent X, and you can do an interpretation. With the pendulum, you're asking yes and no questions. It's not really A, B, C, D, whatever. Ouija boards are a little bit weird, but yes, we can agree to disagree, but none of be in my house ever. And if my daughters are playing with it,
I'm gonna get a tattoo of one, and then I'm gonna come over to your house.
Oh, it's funny that the show Ron and I do Inside the Goblin Universe, on the back of the shirt, it's the whole shirt, the front and the back is done in glow in the dark white ink, and the back is a Ouija board, and it says Inside the Goblin Universe on it, and the front looks a planchette. So I've designed a couple of boards actually for Ron Murphy. We had a couple of boards, for spirit boards for asking Bigfoot questions and stuff, but I just don't play with them. I just don't like them. I already have demons in my house. They're my family.
Let everybody know where they could find your podcasts, all 8,000 of them.
Sure. I'm on every podcatcher out there. It's under Inside the Goblin Universe, and hopefully Ron and I'll be doing some shows. I also do a show, Nobo Boomy, but we're on podbean.com for the most part, but that's where you can get us on everything. I got YouTube channels. You can get me on social media. If you have any questions, just say, hey, I saw you on Spaced Out Radio. I wanted to ask you X. I'll answer the question. And if you're trying to friend me, just tell me, hey, I saw you on Spaced Out Radio. Don't just send a friend request.
That's right. Brian likes his privacy. Coming up next on Spaced Out Radio in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp. Then little Timmy Senor is going to join us for the UFO report. A jam-packed hour number 3 coming up next. Spaced Out Radio.
Before you go, I want to show you what I've been doing. Been working a lot with frequencies. So,
Yeah.
Okay. So can you see that? All right. I'm going to start it up. This is a signal, frequency, sound. And it's going to start in 2 seconds right there. Come on.
Hi, Tits McGee. Thank you for filling in for the vacationing Veronica Corningstone.
There we go.
Pink Volo, how you doing?
I'm trying to get it to start up, Dave.
Raven McMinn, good to see you.
Of course, when I want to do something, it doesn't work.
I broke it.
No, you didn't break it. I just want to make sure it comes through because it's it's all on this what do you call it? I have it's hidden in sound. It's called. I'm gonna play it. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. It's gonna start. Here we go. Let me shut this off.
What the hell is this?
So this is a spectrogram. And okay, it won't let me do it. Basically, what it is you use a spectrogram, and in the spectrogram, you're able to capture images. You can hide stuff in the signal of a spectrogram,
Right.
and that spectrogram that I have there, when you play the signal, it actually will visually show an image that comes across.
Cool.
So it's very, very bizarre. Let me see if I can do one other
Here,
way.
you play. I gotta hit the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yep, I'll show you everybody that's on there. This way, I'm taking off the Bluetooth, and let's try it this way. And let me shut this down because this is gonna drive me nuts. There we go. Look at that. It's magic. And I'm going to take the light off for a split second, if you don't mind. And this way you'll be able to see what I have here. Okay. Sorry for that, but you'll be able to see this. So if you watch this right now, this is the signal. You can hear it. And we've been working a lot with this on investigations because we thoroughly believe that in a lot of the investigations, sound frequency and resonance is very important, and information is being passed through. I'm moving in so you can see a little bit closer. So this is just a spectrograph that you can get on any tablet. And as you can see, there's a hidden message within the sound file itself that's running. So this is just one of many files and sounds that I've been playing around with in relationship to what's going on in the age of this investigations that I do for UFOs, cryptids. And the program is, let me tell you right now, it's called Spectrum Viewer. And the message actually it's a pre-formatted. You can actually create your own messages. And encode them in sound files. There's other programs that are out there, and I'm going to be posting some of them on my, if you're on my Facebook feed, Bryan Bowden, I'll do it. I'll also let Dave know. I'll post it in Space Out Radio chat, in the group there. But we're using files and programs to send messages via audio and frequency to specific frequencies to try to elicit some kind of interaction or communication. We're also taking sound waves from our Bigfoot investigations, and we are using that to try to communicate and see if there's anything communicating via the ultrasound wavelength. So this program, it's a spectrogram, and what it does, Dave, is while you're out, it puts a hidden message in.
Right.
See that, and it's an audio file, and the spectrogram reveals the message that's there.
Well, that's cool.
And what we're doing is, when we did an investigation in the lake, I actually did this and took some of the audio we got, and one of them appeared a gray alien, like the alien that you would see in the opening of the original Star Trek, that big gray alien. It appeared in the spectrogram. So that's what I was doing.
Bryan, I got 20 seconds here. I got to say goodnight to you, my friend.
Good night.
Much love to you, and I'll let you know about next month for lawn, okay?
You got it, bro. Be well.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. All right. Big thank you to Hackmeister with the hat trick of super chats. Vaughn, Laura, Louie, Steven, NorCal, West Coast, Dry Toast, Monica. Thank you so much. Here we go.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Adonius. Adonius is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. I never thought my hike along the Appalachian Trail would lead me to one of the most horrifying experiences of my entire life. Nevertheless, my girlfriend and I, who had always been avid hikers, decided to tackle the trail for our anniversary. After hiking for some hours, we decided to finally make camp for the night. We found a perfect spot overlooking the mountain range and quickly set up our tent. As the sun set, we sat around the campfire sharing stories and roasting marshmallows and making some hot dogs. Then, suddenly, we heard a rustling sound in the woods. At first, we assumed it was just an animal of some sort, but as the noise grew louder, we became uneasy. Then we heard a sound that chilled us to the bone, a low guttural growl that seemed to be coming from all around us. We quickly doused the fire and retreated to our tent. We tried to convince ourselves it was just a bear, but we both knew something was just quite not right here in the situation. Now, we are experienced hikers and campers, so this was strange to us to not recognize these noises. We lay in the darkness. listening intently to the growling sounds growing louder and more intense. Then suddenly the tent began to shake violently, and we could hear scratching sounds on the fabric. In sheer terror, we realized that whatever was outside was trying to get in. My girlfriend and I clung to each other, paralyzed with fear. My girlfriend and I clung to each other, paralyzed with fear, not knowing what to do, as we heard the sound of claws shredding through the tent. We could hear heavy breathing and growling from whatever was outside. We knew that we were not going to make it out of this alive, so we started saying we loved each other. Just when we thought all hope was done, the tent ripped open, and we saw the terrifying sight. A vast creature covered in fur and razor-sharp teeth stood before us. It was like nothing we had ever seen before. It let out a roar that echoed through the forest, and we both knew it was the last thing we would ever hear. Almost as if some sort of greater being was watching over us. A bear ran into the picture, roaring itself. It seemingly felt, I don't know, maybe it was feeling challenged by this creature's roar. It tackled the creature, and the creature swiped back at it. They began fighting brutally, scratching and mauling at each other. Ultimately, I can't say who won because they began to go out of sight, and we took that moment to run, and run as fast as we ever have. Luckily, we made it back to the Appalachian Trail. We ran as fast as we could and made it to the nearest conservation building that we could find and met up with some other hikers. We told them our story and got airlifted to a hospital as quickly as possible. We are lucky to survive and to be able to tell this story, but I have no idea what it was that nearly ended our lives that day. I just have to thank Mother Nature and that bear for, feeling threatened by whatever happened. After I did some research many years after, it did turn out that that was the time that most mother bears would have cubs around. So maybe it was just right time, right place.
Yeah, I had some audio issues earlier with my recorder, so I will get that fixed for tomorrow night. But thank you to the Swamp Dweller for another spooky show, and we really appreciate it. If you want to hear stories just like that, head on over to Swamp Dweller's channel. Go to youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads, and we will get you right there for another spooky story. From the swamp to the stars, it is time for us to bring in little Timmy Senor. It's a UFO report.
Nobody's gonna know.
They're gonna know.
Big Bad Tim Senor is with us once again, for the UFO report. And, Tim, I am so relaxed that for the first time in about a week or so, we have not had any news about balloons, about drones being shot down, about China, about anything. And, oh, man, it almost feels like it's good to be back to normal.
I agree with you. I absolutely agree. It lets us focus on the reality of UFO again. And so I was kind of hoping we could get back to our roots and talk about UFO again tonight. Yeah, it's been a nice little breather. So yeah, how's the weather up there, bud? I'm sure it's probably pretty cold, right?
Well, it actually warmed up today.
Oh, finally.
It warmed up today. I woke up. It was a balmy minus 14 degrees Celsius. And yeah, that's warming up. And then it got to about minus 3 Celsius later on in the day, which is, it's t-shirt weather, man. It's t-shirt weather. So it's been a really nice break, man. And we're supposed to get a little bit more snow. We got about another week of cold temperatures, but as we roll on into March, we should be starting to see some warmer stuff. But I just can't believe how much snow we have right now. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah,
it was awesome. And then last night, oh my gosh, the northern lights that we had were absolutely incredible. Like, it was, I don't know if anybody checked out my Facebook page or not, but I had the northern lights dancing all over my yard last night. And I'm going to show, if you're on social media with me, you'll be able to see these if you're watching on YouTube. But I mean, dude, it was all colors of the rainbow last night. All colors of the rainbow. And it was freezing cold and I didn't care. I just went outside and I was just standing there being me, listening and watching. And so a lot of these pictures I took from my front yard looking into my backyard of the northern lights, and it was just incredible. What's weird about them is on my iPhone I tried to record them, and I don't know, because I'm not a real tech guy, Tim, but I was trying to record them and I could see them in the camera. I could see them on the replay, but the minute I posted it to social media like Instagram or Facebook, the videos would go completely black and you couldn't see any of them at all. It was the strangest thing.
Yeah, they don't want you to share that, is what that is. No. Yeah, it's really tricky to capture those things in low light situations. And then when you upload it, it seems to lose a lot of definition. So anything low light isn't going to read really well when you upload. But, that is absolutely breathtaking. And I got to say, it's obviously due to the intense solar storms, the supercharges in the auroras, right? And it stretched all the way to the UK and further recently, right? With some of these massive flares.
This picture that I'm showing now, and unfortunately our radio audience can't see it. It's got the northern lights. It's got pink. It's got white. It's got purple and green, a little bit of blue. And then right in behind it, you can actually see the Big Dipper.
Wow.
Through the northern lights. It's pretty incredible. It's like, and this was like right over top of my house, man.
It's
and it was just one of those moments where you just sit back and think, wow, like this is what it's all about.
It's incredible.
Oh, it was absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I just had a lot of fun with it. A lot of fun just taking it all in and relaxing with it. So yeah.
Amazing photography too.
Yeah.
Really great. You got the snow-capped trees in the foreground, and then sometimes your house covered in snow, and that is just gorgeous.
Oh, it was amazing. Like a few times I'm like, oh, maybe I'll go in, but then you're like, no. What if I'm missing something? What if I'm missing? And then all of a sudden you see the northern lights they go down in one area and then pop up in another. And the next thing you know, I'm like just looking over top of my house and it was like right there.
It's incredible.
Just phenomenal. I absolutely loved it. But let's get right to the UFO side of everything. There's a very popular group called New Fork. It released a UFO geographic analysis data. What's this all about?
Yeah, the National UFO Reporting Center was founded in 1974 by the noted UFO investigator Robert Gribble. And the center's primary function over the past 4 decades has been to receive, record, and to the greatest degree possible, corroborate and document reports from individuals who have been witness to unusual possible UFO-related events. And so through its history, the center has processed over 150,000 reports and has distributed its information to thousands of individuals. And recently, New Fork has taken some of its geographical data and focused on putting it into a featured data set that could go ahead and plot all of the sightings into geographic features, such as a global map. And so New Fork categorized it in different ways for different map features. And so now they've categorized it by city, perhaps, to determine the relationship between geography and sightings. And other ways they've done it is by plotting the first 200,000 sightings you can kind of see scatter plots that show densities of UFO sightings, and they're able to glean some information based on how that looks on the maps. And for example, they went through and did it by county at one point, and so the counties with the largest number of sightings can be counted using a choropleth map, which is basically speckles and dots, and it shows immersion with different colors. So we see that southern New Mexico and Clark County, Vegas, along with strip of counties in Northwest, as having the highest numbers of sightings. And then on the East Coast, areas like Miami, New York, and Maryland have incredibly high counts as well. And so often one of the claims made was that the 37th parallel has a higher concentration of sightings and strange activity. But now we're able to see that, in fact, not to be true. And in fact, it looks like the 40th parallel should be considered the strange, quote, strange parallel. And we're wondering whether this is due to the high population density, because of cities like New York and Chicago, which lie close to that latitude, or if it's actually just due to the number of events. And so we can also see that they can take this and refine it by looking into sightings around the world and refine it again to heat maps, meaning frequency. So you can categorize things by how you're trying to sort the information. And so it's a new tool that NUFORC has put into play, and I think it's going to glean some really great insight. So it's kind of exciting stuff, Dave, and people that are interested can absolutely go to NUFORC's website to get some of that. And there's also a great article on it on Medium.
Well, I think the other thing we need to remember here is NUFORC is one of the oldest reporting sites, and as far as I know, they've never really played the government game. This is a place where I think we can honestly say that, you know, there is something there that can you know, be right down the middle. I'm not sure if that's your microphone or my microphone, but I hear it ticking in the background. Yeah, it's definitely your microphone. Seems to be gone now. Sorry.
Okay. You just let me know if it comes back and I will deal with it.
Yeah, it just came back. The minute you turned it up, it just came back.
Okay.
Like the cat came back the very next day.
Yeah, the center director, Peter Davenport, has been doing a lot of work to get this beyond the just accepting of reports. And I think the next steps really are to collaborate and get the data kind of put into a fashion that can be used by researchers and analysts. And these are definitely some of the right steps. Let me know if that ticking sticks around, and I will try maybe jumping out and jumping back in.
No, we seem pretty good now.
Great.
But Peter Davenport, once again, I mean, this is a gentleman who's been doing UFO research almost 60 years. And he is in his late 70s, early 80s. He is still going strong, still does not have a cell phone. The number you get is his home phone, which you can file any sort of report on. And it's highly accurate. For what he does, it's highly accurate. And, you know, he's never played the government game. You know, I mean, other people have. I mean, we've seen MUFON, we've seen other groups. NUFORC has not. So, I mean, trustworthy. That's why Peter Davenport has one of the best names in ufology. And I think that's a great reason. So any report that comes from him, I think is amazing. Let's move on here as we got about 5 minutes to go before we go to break at the bottom of the hour. It's the UFO report with our good friend, Little Timmy Senor. And let's go to the Pentagon apparently has no plans to release images of unidentified objects from recent shoot downs. Should we be surprised by this?
Well, maybe. Maybe we should, because we should be expecting to get information. And the fact is that just last week, the U.S. Department of Defense released a selfie taken by the pilot of a U-2 plane operator as it flew over suspected Chinese surveillance balloon as it passed over the continental U.S. And so, captured by a smartphone, the cockpit of a nearly 70-year-old high-altitude reconnaissance plane was providing a stunning image of unprecedented details of the suspected balloon. And so, although it was eventually shot down, the release of the photo has caused many to ask, what about the images showing the 3 unidentified objects shot down in rapid succession near Alaska, northern Canada, and Lake Huron in the week of February 10th? And so, for now, the Pentagon will not confirm it even has images of these incidents, much less that it has any plans to publicly release imagery of the 3 unidentified airborne objects. And so, in a quote, the only aerial image that has been cleared for release was the PRC-HAB surveillance balloon shot down off the coast of South Carolina. And so a spokesperson for the Office of the Secretary of Defense told the Debrief just this week that no other aerial images have been released, and we do not have any additional information to provide at this time. And so it does look like the DoD's caginess over the images compounds the bizarreness surrounding the sudden decision to use air-to-air missiles against unknown objects violating our airspace. And so the 3 objects shot down are considered and suspected of being benign amateur hobbyists or research balloons and not the work of state-sponsored espionage. But still, without the recovery, it remains a big question mark. And so we aren't going to talk too deeply on this. We've beaten this. It's a pretty dead horse. But at the same rate, it does speak highly about the caginess of the Pentagon to not release any information and to just remain in this very strange place of UFO-dom.
Well, and I think that, in talking with Random Guy and yourself about this subject ad nauseum over the last couple of weeks, I think this is just par for the course. I'm not even mad about it. Normally I get mad about all this kind of stuff. I'm not even mad about it, Tim, because we knew that they weren't going to give us anything. We knew that we weren't going to see the Alaskan shoot down or the Yukon shoot down or even the Lake Huron shoot down. Why? They want it for themselves. They're going to take it to a testing site, whether it's Wright-Patterson or Area 51 or someplace like that, and they're going to break this down. They may take it to Lockheed Skunk Works, and they're going to break these down so that way they can check out the technology. They're not scared of the balloons or the drones. Why would they be? Okay, what they want to know is this. We were following you. We were following you for a while. Now let's see your toys. Let's see what you're hiding. Let's see what actual technology you have. How far down can you see? How many IP addresses can you pick up at one point? How many phone facial recognition photos can you grab? How many, laptop computers can you hack into at the same time? Can you shut down any grids with these things? That's what they want to know. It's all the espionage front. They're not going to show us when it comes to espionage what it is. They're going to bury this, and that's exactly what it is. And it wasn't UFO at all. This is about espionage and trying to figure out what China's next move is on certain other things. And you can learn a lot from what those 4 drones have put out there. So no, I'm not very concerned about it. It doesn't surprise me that we're not going to see anything. And you know what? We might as well forget about the story. They want us to forget about the story. They want us to forget about the balloons. We know it's not alien, so it doesn't really concern what we talk about on this show. But we just need to make sure that whoever is continues to ask questions, because questions never hurt. Okay, and maybe, just maybe, over the next couple of years, we'll see a FOIA request from John Greenwald to maybe get something released on that.
Maybe.
Okay.
it is frustrating to see them draw such a line in the sand over this, and it makes you wonder on what other topics has that line already been drawn. And so if there is a UFO discussion to be had, have they already made their decision on what information they are going to share? I find that incredibly telling by their handling of this. And
Absolutely.
that's where we're at.
Tim, when we return with the UFO report, there's a great sighting in Spain that we're going to get to. And apparently the Pentagon's UFO office wasn't really jam-packed with people until recently. Spaced Out Radio's final half hour with the UFO report at Tim Senor continues right after this. There we go. We're clear. Yeah, there was a ticking coming through.
Weird.
Did you hear it?
No. No, but if you did, I'm sure your audience did as well. Sorry about that. Am I low, or is this a good level?
No, you're sounding great. It was just a...
Huh. No,
Because I know it was on your end, because the minute I muted you,
it was gone.
Then it disappeared.
Weird, wild stuff.
Nice hoodie, by the way.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
No problem.
Very comfortable stuff. Oh, yeah. I could only find a large, bud. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And I even checked online.
Kira's going to be pissed with you.
It's really hard to find that. So,
it's a nice shirt.
Yeah. I did go and look, though.
I appreciate it.
We'll see. Maybe.
I appreciate
my hunt is not over yet.
That's okay. That's okay.
So, do you think that Bigfoot hibernates if he's like a flesh and blood creature?
If Jim Goodall doesn't hibernate, Bigfoot doesn't hibernate.
I don't think Jim lives anywhere that he'd have to hibernate.
No, I'm just teasing. I wonder that as well. I think this is what I think. I think it has dens either underground or in a cave system, or it can just hop into a different dimension that's warmer.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like it's built for a lot of different weather, so it may not care about cold.
I would love to see a true hair sample to see if it's anything like deer or elk or moose, because the reason why those animals, even cows, caribou, animals like that, their hair is hollow. So if you look at it, like our hair, it soaks up water. Okay. Their hair does not. It runs off like a tarp. That's why, you'll see deer, congregating out in the rain, or cows congregating in the rain, whereas horses or other farm animals like to be under cover, or even a lot of other wild animals like to be under cover because it gets them cold, much like humans. But for deer, horses, and or not horses, maybe some horses, I don't know. But for deer, their hollow hair just doesn't absorb. So it's not like wearing a raincoat.
Interesting. I've watched a few shows where they take eDNA samples for Bigfoot, and they also find hair samples and things like that. And sometimes the results even come back as inconclusive. But if they don't have anything foundational to consider it against, doesn't it just lend, the question mark at the end when they still get inconclusive data on, their eDNA tests? It just, what's the point if it's just going to lead to,
right?
We don't know. What are you going to compare it to, right?
What are you going to compare it to? Oh, goodness. Exactly. I don't even know.
Because you see, it just comes back as inconclusive each time, because they're like, well, it's not anything that we can figure out. It's not human. It's not bear or whatever, And so you're just left with that inconclusive data. How does that read for the researcher. He's just like, okay.
But is it inconclusive? Like, do we actually know that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It just stays in that other category publicly, at least.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. Sorry for the yawning. I apologize.
That's okay, bud.
We got about a minute to go here.
I remember hearing tales of the mountains of California being inundated with Bigfoot, and the military were even involved. I don't know if you would ever hear any of that stuff. And you're just like, where do you start with things like that?
You know what? It all starts with a rumor. And the one thing that I have learned through a lot of this stuff, man, believe it or not, I learned it in my hockey days when I was covering hockey. A rumor, there's usually something to a rumor. Right. It may not happen to your team, but it could have happened. It could happen to a different team. 10 seconds. Thank you to all our super chatters tonight, including Derek and Hatch and Monica. We're going to get going right now. Here we go. Rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Hard to believe we already have just half an hour to go. Reminder to all of you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue with the UFO report. Little Timmy Senor is here, and apparently there was quite a UFO sighting, Tim, in the country of Spain. What happened here?
Oh, yeah. So it actually was in Tarifa, Spain in August of 1989. Okay. And it's a great series of events that took place, and they documented it through the organization called the Institute of Hispanic Ufology that was established in October of 1998 with the appearance of issues called Inexplicada. And the organization is currently continuing its work with representatives and contributing editors with dozens of Spanish-speaking countries. Excuse me. And so this is a giant UFO that hovered over Tarifa, Spain. And the sighting and description of events took place shortly before August 1st of 1989. A Navy non-com watchman received a phone call at his family home in the town of Tarifa, Cadiz, and he happened to be on duty that evening. The non-com, who was having a peaceful family dinner at the time, answered the phone not knowing that he was about to become the protagonist of a story that would scar him for life. So the voice on the other end of the line was a member of the Guardia Civil, or the Spanish State Police, advising him that some children had reported lights at sea, not so far from shore. So fearful that the lights could be signals from a ship in jeopardy, they advised him of the event so that he could look into the origin of the lights, being the Navy's representative in such a matter. The protagonist hung up the phone and let his hose, following the Castillo, and I left his house. It's just a spelling error there, sorry. Following the Castillo de Santa Catalina highway, being the highest elevation on the Tarifa coastline from which the observations could be made. His vehicle was rising towards the castle when he reached a plateau halfway up and stopped dead, amazed at the sight his eyes were showing him. He was unable to properly explain the sensations coursing through his body, coming face to face with something completely different from what he had expected. An enormous disc, some 200 meters in diameter, was cruising down the coastline from the direction of the city of Cadiz, and at a very high speed. While the size may be an overestimation, it had been estimated to be the size of a biconvex lens and made no sound whatsoever, and gave the impression of floating, as if gravity were of no consequence. So the giant UFO was lit like a huge white phosphorescent lamp, looking as it did, but not hurting the eyes. It appeared to be solid with well-defined edges without any visible doors or windows. There was no noticeable structures or markings. Nothing but the immense, beautiful lens swaying slightly, following the shoreline of the Isle of Tarifa. So the object came to rest directly over the isle, as if questioning which direction it should follow next. The witness thought it would head for Albiran, crossing the straits, but it was not so. The disc renewed its journey, crossing the sea in a straight line toward the African coast near the city of Ceuta. At renewed high speed, the UFO followed the shoreline in a direction contrary to the original, making for Cape Espartel, and then southward toward the Canary Islands, losing itself from the sight. The astonished witness took several minutes to recover from the shock, and then the military man returned home thinking about how best to inform his superiors of the situation. He filed a report detailing the event, and he assumed that this would cause him more trouble, as the higher-ups might call him into question and question his mental stability and his aptitude for performing his job. The next morning, the non-com visited the Guardia de Civil headquarters, and without mentioning his own sighting, he asked the officers if they'd heard anything more about the lights reported to the children, and the sighting was made clear that it became apparent to the rest of the career military men that the evaluation was an unidentified flying object and that the case was going to be investigated by GIFO, G-E-I-F-O. And so it has become part of the history there, and multiple reports ended up being filed, and it's one of the biggest that were reported in the country of Spain.
Love it. I love reports like this. They're so personal. You can feel the energy going through that report, even from years ago, that it still to this day rocked the public of that town.
Yeah. And the cool thing is that it started with a report from children, the children that reported it, and then they followed up, and sure enough, there it was. And what an amazing sighting. And so these are the kind of historical events that could be repeating themselves even now. We need more of these.
I agree. Let's move on here to another topic with Tim Senor on the UFO report. So apparently, up until recently, there were only 3 staffers at the Pentagon's UFO office until recent weeks. What's going on here?
Yeah, Pentagon's UFO office only had 3 staffers up until recent weeks. The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office ARROW was set up by the Pentagon in July of 2022 to probe UFO sightings in the U.S., dating back to 1945. And so until recently, they only had the 3 full-time staffers, and one source close to ARROW told Daily Mail that a bipartisan group of 16 senators wrote to the Pentagon Thursday asking for more money and staffing for ARROW. So the Pentagon office in charge of investigating the UFO topic, like those shot down over Alaska, Michigan, and the Yukon, including UAP and other events, only had 3 staffers until recent weeks. And so the office allegedly been slow to grow and is desperate for funding, despite the global spotlight on unknown objects flying in America's airspace. That led to 4 Sidewinder missiles and takedowns by U.S. jets this month. And so both Democrats and Republicans agree that they have been complaining for years about the U.S. military ignoring UFO reports and the security risks that they entail. And so now a group of 16 senators led by Senator Marco Rubio of Florida and Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York wrote to the Pentagon Thursday asking for more money for ARROW, warning that it's just facing a funding shortfall that will impede its ability to fulfill its mission. And so we are going to definitely see more of this push coming forward, while we recognize that there's an administration request for funds in fiscal year of 2023 to fund basic operations and expenses for Arrow. And it's currently facing that funding shortfall that will impede its ability to fulfill its mission. And so this letter was including a quote here saying that the amount of outlined in the classified attachment is crucial to Arrow's scientific plan, and the lack of funding in these capabilities presents a serious impediments to its mission. The letter adds that the 2024 budget, which all but finalized, does not include adequate funds either. And so the all-domain office Arrow has set up by the Pentagon last year to probe the unidentified the unidentified objects in the U.S. aerospace and underwater has taken on offices that had been included in previous times, looking back to even November of 2021. They had only one staff member. And so they'd incorporated that member, and now they're looking for more. And so this is a growing problem that is lacking funding, lacking attention. And so this letter that they wrote just this past week is trying to bring some attention to that gap. And so do you think that this is a good heading that we're going down? Do you think it's really about UFO, or is it more just funding to dive into possible defense against spy balloons and things like that? What are your thoughts?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind here is the fact that we know that threats equal dollar signs. We know that. We've talked about that numerous times on this show. And I'm not a fan of it. I know you're not a fan of it either, Tim, but that's just the way it is. You know, UFOs for dollars is what it should be called. It's like a telethon. However, okay, the fact that the U.S. government has made such a big stink about UFOs or UAP, whatever you want to call them, okay, in order to try and protect American airspace and North American airspace, you can't get things done without people. Okay. Now, if this subject is so top secret, you're telling me that you don't have enough people within the government system that could look into this? Retired pilots, maybe? Or retired random guys? Or other alphabet agencies that could look into this subject with a clear set of eyeballs to see what is ours and what's not, to be able to record these trackables? I mean, this is the reason why Lou Elizondo quit in the first place. If you believe his story, which I do, okay, where he stated that it's just there wasn't enough people to get the job done. And, you know, we talk about protecting our land, but most of this stuff, that if we're ever invaded, they're not coming with ships anymore. We're going to see them from hundreds of miles, thousands of miles out. What we're not going to see is something hypersonic that is all of a sudden maybe has stealth technology that is racing through the sky to get here. That's what we need to prepare for.
Right. The thing is, we have seen offices like this in the past, and perhaps they haven't had a focus on UFO, but they've been doing the same work that Arrow is doing in some of these interagencies. For example, in 2008, the late Nevada Senator Harry Reid wrangled $22 million for a program called the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Applications Program, or OSAP. And after the funding ended and the program folded in 2012, a new program ran out of the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, run by Lou Elizondo, and was started and called the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, or ATIP. So when Elizondo quit in 2017, you know, citing that his resignation letter was the failure by the DoD to take seriously the incursions on U.S. airspace by unidentified objects, the Pentagon then set up the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force, right? And so that was renamed again in 2021 as the Airborne Object Identification and Management synchronization group, remember? Oh, the AOI MSG, right? And then they changed it again and brought us Arrow in 2022. And so we are just going to see this happen over and over again. And the funding is just going to go to that program. We may or may not hear the results. And then again, something else will come up in the news and they'll ask for more money to research this topic. Again, never talking seriously about UFO.
Exactly. Which is why we even discussed on the roundtable last week, okay, about the difference between a UFO and UAP. And we got heavily into that.
Exactly.
With our panel. And look, our airspace needs to be protected. It's a scary time out there. Okay, but let's not think for a second, at least in my opinion, that the majority of these threats are UFOs. We're going to see more balloons. We will see more drones coming on in. And as technology advances, why not? It's been happening for 60 years. We don't need to be surprised. But on the UFO front, Tim, doesn't it make you wonder if they're taking the UFO side seriously or not? Like, I'm confused about this. What's your thoughts?
I 100% agree, because even when you hear Senators Gillibrand and Rubio talking on the topic, they're not really talking about UFO. They're talking about funding for programs. And again, those programs, as we know, are very focused on what is floating in our airs, not the thing that is moving at 65,000 miles an hour. We're not hearing about that. We're not hearing about the transmedium objects. We're only hearing about the balloon-like entities. And so they're leaving out a massive part of the research that they're obviously doing. And let's also consider that maybe some of the other objects that they shot down are within that group of other, but we're not going to hear about it. It's not the part of the story they want us to know. So again, it's one way to cover it. And who knows? But I definitely agree with you that this is not about UFOs. It never has been. And it's kind of been one of those things that they've been playing that card the whole time. I hate to say it, but there is a reality to UFO that they absolutely love, and it's nothing more than watch this card while I shuffle some money behind. It's very obvious. And it's frustrating because there's a reality that they're missing. And I think there are some people in Congress that are concerned about that reality, but when they talk about it behind closed doors, I don't think that it's taken very seriously, because it's not what we're hearing in the forefront of their concern.
And what is that forefront, though? I think that's the question that needs to be asked. What is the prerogative of this department? Like, you've listed off 6 or 7 different agencies that have been covering this subject. And I forgot about AIMSOG, to be honest. I forgot about the couple of these. And I mean, I don't understand, and maybe it's just logic here, and governments seem to be illogical. I don't understand why you need to rename the group or eliminate groups and restart groups as often as we have seen with this. I mean, it's not like jet fighters where you started with an F1 but that failed, so then you go to the F2 and that didn't really take off, F3, and then you to finally get to the F4. Then your F5 worked. You didn't have an F6 or an F7, but you had an F8.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. It's clearly to ask for more money. When you have a new organization, they're going to need new funding, right? And so if there was AIMSOG, well, that is now closed. So all the funding for that now is done. We don't need more for that, but now we need money for this new program. And so it's always the hand out, for more money. And so they're going to rename it and retag it and rebrand it until they can get the funding for whatever they're pushing. And I'm believing at this point, it's pretty transparent that they're pushing for the secret programs that our opponents are using against us. and they're using the UFO topic to disguise it so that they can say, oh, it's secret tech from our opponents. And so it's very important for us to focus on that, spend a lot of money on it. And, that could have absolutely been the initial directive on all of this from the very beginning. And so let's just consider that. The fact that UFOs danced in it is simply because a lot of those objects were unidentified. And so they could legitimately call them UFOs, and so that tags in a lot of interest from the public and people like yourselves and myself. And so it's just one of those things you can remember. When Lou Elizondo spoke on this, he would always dance around UFOs. It was not the focus of his attention, right? And so he didn't speak heavily on it typically.
Yeah, with just over 90 seconds to go. I mean, the idea behind this is, are we looking for UFOs? We know they're in our system. We know they are traveling here. We know what people are seeing in the interactions of, what people are having happen to them. So are we even interested? Do we even know, Tim, whether or not we are actually interested in solving the UFO phenomena? Or is UAP a good way to shove the UFO phenomena back under the tinfoil covered carpet that we are used to?
Yeah, if they were looking for UFO, we would hear that specifically in the wordage of what they were looking for. But instead, they dance around the topic and call it other things and call it UAP, and everything else mundane falls into that. And they're very clear about it. So by no means do I think that they are looking for UFO. They have no interest in it. I don't even think it's in their purview. It's simply a disguise for them to get funding for their programs.
Well, you know what? It's the only way we can figure it out is it comes down to money. And I think you hit the nail on the head there, and that's all it really comes down to is money. And with money comes opportunity, and it comes jobs. I just hope that somewhere, somehow, there is actual money for UFO research. I would like to see that.
I think that lies in the public's hands at this point. I really do. I don't see big interest coming from the government. I don't see them spending money in a serious way on UFO tech or looking into it. I feel like them briefly looking into the history is just a disguise of interest.
And on that note, we're going to round out the UFO report for tonight. Tim Senor, thank you so much. We'll talk to you in a couple nights' time. And if you're on our YouTube channel, stick around. We will have a little bit of overtime with Tim and our good friend Random Guy. If we're on the radio side, we're going to say good night to you after a great show with Tim, with Swamp Dweller, with our guest Bryan Bowden filling in for Lon Strickler tonight on Strange Days. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother Is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. I know you're out there somewhere. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us. Because together, my friends, make a mistake. We're watching. We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night.
Fun stuff.
We ready for some random guy? A little bit of rando.
We're always ready for random.
There's rando.
I'm
Look
wearing
at that nice hair on that cartoon pic that he has.
I'm wearing my astronaut
Looking like
suit
a
here.
member of the Lollipop Guild, if anything.
I look amazing here.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
I thought I saw you on a Cheez-It commercial today, random.
Yeah.
But I don't. Did you do a Cheez-It commercial that I don't know about?
I've done actually a few commercials, but not a Cheez-It commercial.
Okay, man. I'm gonna have to send you this commercial. You're gonna laugh.
Yeah, he mainly does commercials for OnlyFans.
Yeah. Should I go on camera or should I leave it like this?
Oh, come on, camera. We're used to you now.
I wore something sexy for the chat today.
Lingerie.
I just want Tim to put his head down in disgust.
Oh no. Oh God.
There it is.
That is wonderful.
I will point out I am wearing the this is the SOR shirt, and if you look carefully, there is a nipple right here. So
you look like you
that's for Timmy.
Bob Seger. That's his vocal twin.
Yep, I'm here to please, baby.
Do you have eye?
I got an
one. Do you have some?
I got an IROC Camaro sitting in my garage right now. Some fog hat 8-track in it.
This is great.
All right. Take it easy.
Perfect. You look like one of Dave's fans now. Perfectly.
I'm glorious in all my 80s hair metal.
There you go. This is good stuff.
It's a beautiful thing right now. I'm not even gonna lie.
It is beautiful. Not as beautiful as the Aurora photograph you took earlier, but I'm doing my best here.
It's going to be hard to ask the hard questions now.
Who could not take this face seriously? You need to be a professional, Tim Senor. Be a professional.
I'll look away. And
That's
then
what you signed up for.
Tim's all about the Orinoco flow, man.
Is that Enya?
Yeah. Please check.
Unbelievable.
Sail away, sail away. Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Vegetarian, Orinoco flow. Yeah.
I'll bet chat's going crazy. I haven't even looked at chat yet.
Clothes.
Chat. They're going to be like, what the F?
This shirt was a plastic bottle at one point. I'll just let you know.
Hold on, guys. I'm having some issues here. We got to make sure that Bill WD-40 can get it.
So it doesn't work at all, basically.
So that sounds
The plant's important. The ground, everything.
all right.
Was that Zelensky saying he needed more money? We need more money. No shit.
Funds.
No, Grandmaster. This is my natural hair. I grew out 2 feet of hair since last week when I was on camera.
Oh, look, it's Nicole Sakic's brother, Nick Sakic.
Is that a real person? You guys are talking about me being a Bigfoot, so this is the next step. I'm transitioning. So wait till you see what I'm doing with my chest hair.
Oh, I love it.
Hey, I got an alien question for you, random guy.
Oh, I'm the one for that.
I know. But I do have a good question for you.
All right, good.
Because you said something last week when I kind of asked you about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've kind of done some thinking on this. So I'm just going to throw it right out there because, I mean, we're buddies and nothing really offends you except deep dish pizza.
How was thinking for once treating you?
And vegetables.
What's that? What about vegetables? I like vegetables.
No vegetables on pizza, bro. Only pineapple.
Good Canadian kid you are. Welcome to the 2-0 side. But nonetheless, aliens, UFOs.
Dum, dum, dum.
All right.
Are you stretched out sideways on like a love seat or something right now?
I'm literally laying in my bed with no pants again. Do not make me prove it.
It's just I don't.
It'll be a point the show will never recover from if you make me prove it. So let's move on with Dave's question.
Yeah, Tim, you don't mind, do you, Tim?
I'm
You
so
don't mind
sorry. It's just
kind of host my show, do
it's
you?
so hard to. I'm gonna say nothing. I'm out.
Don't be out. Don't be out.
No. There's Tim's still.
I can't
offended.
look.
Tim's still. You know what? The only picture I get in my head of random guy right now is that George Costanza pic where he's in his boxer shorts and dark socks.
That's it. That's
Posing.
exactly.
I got a much better package than George Costanza, but yeah.
That's exactly.
I couldn't
what
even be in my
visual-
underwear on network TV without being accused of pornography. We'll just put it that way.
Uh-huh.
But go ahead with your question, Dave.
Please.
Okay, if I could finally get to some aliens here.
Yeah.
And thank
The
you.
alien's not in my pants. That would be great.
All right. If the Arrow program is more looking into UAPs of human nature, okay, and we know that pilots and people and everybody else out there has had some strange experiences with UFOs and or extraterrestrials, which I know you take with a grain of salt. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a pretty serious guy, if you can't tell.
Yes, especially with those four chins that are hiding underneath that faux beard, right? But do you think then that there is a separate part of the government that is dealing with more of the real UFOs and aliens?
Do I think that the government is basically that they're doing more than they're telling us? Is that the
Well,
question?
obviously, I mean, that's the obvious. But do you think there's another division, maybe a hidden division behind something, Darrow?
I feel like we've asked questions like this before. I think it always goes back to the same thing, man. It's not that big of a deal because there's nothing there. I know that pisses people off, but for there to be something there, it would require, like, it's not just saying like the Men in Black. It's not just saying X-Files. It's not just saying CIA or throwing an initial or saying it's a black pro. It would take such a level of coordination that like 24 people have outsmarted the entire government to do this with an unlimited budget. Without talking to Congress, without talking to the president, without talking to the Senate, without talking to anybody in the banks or the exchanges or the markets, because they would talk at some point, a leak. So what you're suggesting would literally require 24 people that are controlling the world with billions of dollars and no one asks them any questions.
Sector 7, man.
It's not real, dude. It's not real. It's not.
Okay.
I know that annoys people. There's a lot of secrets out there, and I think they know way more than they're telling. But what you guys are suggesting, or anybody suggests, is just not real. It's not. They take all this data.
Okay, so is that not real from your purview or real from conversations you have had?
It's both. It's not realistic because what I'm saying is it's not even about me or what I do, which I know a lot of stuff. I know a lot of people who know a lot of stuff. People talk even things they're not supposed to say, right? So like I know things I'm not even supposed to know, but that doesn't matter. Everybody's got a cousin's brother's uncle, neighbor that told them something they weren't supposed to tell them. Everybody got one of those. The fact remains is just logically, if you have a brain and you understand how the government works, this is not possible. It's not feasible. It's just too much. And if too many people knew, meaning literally if more than 10 or 20 people knew, it would be screwed. Because what I know, hundreds of people know, for sure. At least hundreds, if not thousands, know what I know. And I know more than 99.99999% of the planet. And I'm telling you for a fact, there's no detection, no mention anywhere of this stuff. at the highest level, the highest of the high, like presidential levels, don't talk about this, don't know about it. Not even like I feel fully confident telling you that. That's why I'm a skeptic, because I've already seen behind the cloth. I've already had access to the systems. I've been able to go through whatever I wanted unchecked. It's just not there, dude. And I've seen some crazy stuff, but not aliens. Not aliens.
Well, we'll change that. Come hang out with me for a while.
I told you, the fact remains, if the aliens are here and they're real, it's you guys. You guys are the secret. You guys are the database. You guys are the collators. You're the experiencers. It's not the government. The government literally takes what you say or what they see or what they record, put it in a file, and they have no idea what to do with it because they don't know. I'd argue
So
MUFON has a better handle on this shit than half of the government.
When you're telling us the story, like you did a couple weeks ago about your buddy in the Navy having that craft take off, you're saying that the government isn't doing anything about that or recording that?
No, they're putting it in a file. That's what's happening. There's not a task force. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, Dave? Oh, let's investigate that. Let's investigate that. That thing took off to 60,000 miles an hour. Who saw that? Okay, cool. Tell those guys they didn't see it. And let us know if it happens again. Good job, soldiers. Put it in the filing cabinet. Like, what are you going to do with it? You can't replicate it. You can't get more data on it. What the hell are you going to do?
Okay, so let me ask you this then. What if people are having those experiences? And I'm not just saying militarily. I'm saying ordinary people, like people in our chat room right now.
Right.
Okay, take Joe for instance. Okay, wakes up with scratches all over his legs. Doesn't have a cat. Scoop marks.
Probably domestic violence. I'm joking. I don't know.
So you don't doubt the phenomena is happening.
No,
you're just saying the government has no proof of it.
I feel like the government doesn't know what the hell it is any more than you guys do. That's what I'm getting at. I don't think there's a secret task force. I also don't think they're ignoring it. I think it goes into very specific files that you're never going to hear about. And they're just basically waiting for, hey, if we ever figure that out, let us know and pull that up. They're collating it. They're collecting it. They're not. What are they going to do with it, though? That's my whole point. Like if we take a step back, and if you're with me, you don't have to be. You can have your own opinion because I have no way to prove it to you. But let's say hypothetically, you're like, you know what, random guy with your beautiful hair and fat face, we're just going to trust you right now. And we're going to go with that. And there is no government conspiracy or X-Files. You would just approach it with the logic of, have you been to the DMV? Have you paid taxes? Have you met somebody in the military before? These are the people doing the same crap, just at a higher level. All right? That's what you're getting. They're not MIT graduates. You understand? You're getting the best of the best that'll do it for the government salary. You hear me? There's no secret story there, you guys. Come on, man.
I understand with what you're saying, but we also know, I mean, basically, if we go by your thoughts on this, and I'm not saying you're wrong, okay?
I'm usually not, unless I'm married.
But if we go by what you're saying is there's a lot of legendary names in the UFO field from the government, from scientists to former soldiers who are carrying a lot of fake dirt.
I don't know about that. I think that their experiences are real in the most part. I think they just don't know what they saw or what they're talking about. I'm not saying I know either, by the way. I'm not saying I know.
Understand that.
I'm not here to debunk their experiences because I personally, as the story I gave, there's things that happen. I'm like, well, shit, I don't know. Probably an alien. But how do I prove it? How do I investigate that? How do I go back on that moment and recreate it in an intelligent, logical way that isn't just me wanting to make something that I wanted to happen? I want the truth. So if this thing's beyond the means of my data collection, what do I do with it other than taking the data I have and say, I'm going to put that in a folder with 100 other ones, and hopefully eventually we figure it out. But right now we can't.
I agree with you.
That's what I think they're doing. That's what I think they're doing. I don't think it's cover up. I think they have no effing clue.
Do you think the topic scares them?
I think it scares them in the way of anything, an asteroid or whatever. Highly unlikely, but if it happens, damn, we're screwed. Like, I think it's one of those. Highly unlikely, we're doing the best we can, but ultimately, it's like a pole shift, asteroid hit, solar, something cataclysmic to them, if that actually came down. And they just decided to land spaceships all over the place, say, hey, what's up? What's good, fam? Like, that would be their worst case. But literally, it would take that for them to say it's happening. That's the crappy part of it.
So, do you believe then? And no, I'm not. I'm going to rephrase that because I want to almost sound half smart here.
By the way, I see you, YJ. Why are you such a hater, bro? YJ's the biggest hater ever. I thought we were friends now, too.
He's
Whatever.
great.
Rephrase it.
YJ's awesome.
Yeah.
He lives north of me.
He sounds like a Canadian the way he talks.
Total
Canadians love to infer knowledge about American issues, but go ahead.
That's because we know more.
Now go ahead, Dave, Canadian man. No, I'm joking.
I'm from Canada. I'm from Canada.
Finally got it right.
Oh, look at that.
Random guys rank.
Pro
I'm
wrestler,
civilian.
Dr. Death, Stephen Williams.
I'm a civilian. It says, what's my rank? I'm a civilian.
I'm just
I
reading.
outrank all the military as a civilian, as do all of you that are not in the military.
I want to know whether I know I've asked you before about crash retrievals. You do not believe that the government has any. Sorry, I'm tired. You don't believe that at 1867, Joe, then we bailed you out of work.
You know what? Get YJ on the show. YJ, come on the show and tell me how I'm wrong, please. I would love that. I'm misinformed. I would love to know how. No, I don't believe we have anything. I believe we have. I believe we have things that are unexplained. I don't believe we have concrete evidence of aliens. No, I don't believe we have alien bodies. They're not a hangar. No one shipped them to any bases. I really don't. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I don't believe it because it would just be so crazy. Like, it would be so beyond. I know everybody everywhere, or at least over the years of 20-something years, knew everybody everywhere with all the highest clearances. It would have taken such a cover-up that's like beyond comprehension. And there's no way that many people could be quiet about it. It's just not possible.
Right.
It's not possible. People keep saying compartmentalized. Yeah, people don't know the stuff I know because, I knew what I knew for my thing. The reason I know stuff because I worked at different places and was able to put things together because I'm not an idiot. And then there's even some places where they're like, stop asking those questions. Why'd you figure that out? Stop. Like stuff like that. I'm like, okay, sure. But I'm not a believer in it. I'm not until you show me a concrete evidence. Show me something that was in the last 20 years documented with somebody that personally witnessed it that makes zero compensation for talking about it. That's my criteria.
The Wilson Davis documents.
The last 20 years with those criteria. Those are the people I want to talk to.
The Wilson Davis documents.
I have no idea what that is. Because I'm not a UFO hunter.
Maybe you should be. Hi, Magneticus. You look like one with hair like that. You look like you're ready to put some lipstick on and go searching to kiss a Bigfoot.
Let's do it. I like to make out with ugly, fat people at last call. It's a great hobby.
So random. You are so random. Love
That's
it.
why we call him Random Guy.
It's just anything. No filter. No filter.
Let me ask you this, Random Guy. Let me ask you this.
Why doesn't YJ on your show? He knows more than me. He should be on the show, not me.
Fact.
God, that guy's so smart.
Okay. Let's go to this for a second, because I'm on this alien kick right now. I like me some aliens.
No, I'm much rather talk about this, debunking this, than other topics we've had recently. Trust me.
Debunking.
Okay. Back to the aliens. All right. I think, and I'm going to throw this out here, and you and I may scrap over this. Okay. We may scrap over this. We may drop the gloves at center ice.
I doubt it.
At the Vegas Knights Arena there. T-Mobile. I think you're afraid of aliens. Just like you are of ghosts. I think you're afraid.
Maybe. I don't know. But what does that have to do with the fact that what I'm saying is informed information?
Denial.
I
want to deal with it.
Yeah, I probably developed some kind of psychosis where I just black out when people talked about aliens and told me about it, and I forgot.
Maybe you got anal probed and it hurt your feelings.
I had hemorrhoids once, and I suspected that was what was going on, but
see, look at Joe here.
I couldn't lock it down.
Joe here. Random guy has aliens.
Maybe. I don't know, guys. I want you to teach me, but I want to learn tangible things, not speculation. It's kind of like when I was young and everybody said, you got to go to church and this is religion and this is how it is. And I'm like, how do we know that? They're like, well, you just got to have faith. And I was like, okay, cool. So there's a book on it, right? Or a documentary.
What you're saying is you need more George Michael in your life?
And so it's kind of the same thing. I never really got into religion. I do believe in a God just because at some point you got to say, okay, what made that? Okay, then what made that? Okay, then what made that? Okay, then what made that? Like, regardless what you believe, right? So I'm down with that. But like organized religion is kind of the same thing with aliens. It's like billions of people, millions of recording devices, and all we have is conjecture and manipulation because you think 10 people or 50 people in the whole world have somehow hidden it for 70 years. Which means it can't be the same people because those people would be dead. So somehow it's been passed on through generations that these gatekeepers of never, ever telling the most important secrets of humanity would have the same viability in keeping those secrets. No.
Sure.
No.
Sure.
No. Not for a second.
Look at the thousands. Look at the thousands.
I've seen so much espionage in my life. I've seen so many people drop stupid things. Like, it's not possible. It's just not. There's no way no one in the whole world would have a. And why does it all come back to the United States? Why?
Because because somebody needs somebody to blame.
I mean, why? You know what I mean? Like, why is like Hawaii or freaking Philippines or like somewhere in an island? They're not getting anything. Oh no, there was a sighting, but the only place that's capturing and recovering is Russia and the United States. Like, come on, dude. Like,
no, there's been. No, that's.
And where were they? Where were those UFOs and aliens shipped to?
I will say that is. I will say that is a sarcastic comment. Of the highest variety of snark too.
Well, because everybody's so convinced that there's like 3 main bases that all these aliens and the bodies get shipped to, depending on who you talk to. So where the rest of the aliens in the whole other world get shipped to? They all get shipped to our place? All via flatbed truck and a helicopter and a colonel from the United States Air Force, and yet nobody has any evidence anywhere in the world, nothing locally, other than a blurry video, a blurry photo, like people in freaking Afghanistan. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on. Nothing ever anywhere in the history.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a question. I got a question for you, but I'm going to ask Paramarvs first. Okay. Would you actually want to have an alien experience? I'll be right back.
Would I want to have an alien experience? Hell no.
Smart.
Hell no.
It's a smart answer.
Why would I want to have my entire reality shattered? Now, would I be ignorant of it? No. Kind of like the ghost stuff. Ghost stuff creeps the hell out of me. Anytime it's ever crept in my life, I'm like, that's some ghost stuff. That's real. Am I going to care about it, pay attention to it, and invite it deeper into my life? No, but I acknowledge it's real. I perceive it, and then I block it out. With aliens, I've not even acknowledged it. We're not even up to the point where I've acknowledged and perceived it yet. I speculate it might be, but I don't have enough. I don't have that concrete that I need. And that's why me and Timmy are going scuba diving.
Can't believe you're talking about that. Holy, yeah.
No, we should totally do that.
Well, we will. And here's the other thing that I wanted to
neck
say.
of the woods.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff is literally right there, and all you have to do is look for it. There's a great case, for example, Lonnie Zamora, right? Historically, if you want to look at history, there are some good cases that probably have trace evidence. They're great photographs that they took that day. So there's trace from that experience. But you talk about that you don't think that there's a secret UFO investigation program going on, but historically we know that the government does do that sort of thing, and Project Blue Book was definitely something that probably was the very early embryo of
Blue Book was kind of a cover-up in itself, though.
It was in its program, but what we got out of that was J. Allen Hynek and his son Paul Hynek, right? Paul Hynek is a good friend of this show, and I've met him. Dave's a good buddy with him. He's a great guy, and all you need to do is spend a little time with him, and I think you should, because the conversations that you have with the people that are really there. Paul was there when the phone would ring in his house and somebody would be reporting to his dad, J. Allen Hynek. Now, you want to talk about that program being a cover-up for everything else, but at the same rate, the government was looking seriously into UFOs at one point and spent plenty to do it. Now, they may have controlled the outcome of that, and they may do that same thing ongoing. But I think there could definitely, potentially, in my opinion, be a Project Blue Book continuing on in one form or another. It's definitely not called that, I'm sure.
I think it's just a database collection is all it is.
But it takes personnel for that, and there's boots on the ground investigators, I believe, that exist only because of kind of what I run across. So
no, I get that. And I'm not saying, here's the thing. Let me rephrase this, because I see chat going up. I think there is extraterrestrials out there. I believe in it 100%. I don't know that. I have no evidence to believe we've contacted them. Let me clarify that. I believe they're out there. That's why I'm even here talking to you guys. I don't think we as governments, societies, have anything that we actually know to be real. I think we have anecdotal evidence. I think we have videos. I think we have some stuff that points to that direction. But I don't think that, like, I hear people talking about, oh, yeah, the reptilians are working out deals with the government and underground tunnels. I'm like, okay, so you're insane. Okay, that's cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that stuff is crazy. That's not real. Like, it's just not. So I hate to break that to people. If that makes you not like me, then I'm sorry. But that's just real life. But I think there is alien life out there. And some of this USO stuff, it has, like, I would be like, that's definitely alien. It's not our stuff. Like, it has to be real. But how do I go about researching that in a practical way, other than just saying there's some hidden society that's doing it? That's the easy way out. It's the easy way out to say, oh, the government knows and they're hiding it. And no, we need to investigate. We need to figure out what it is, because they probably don't know.
Yeah,
that's what I think. That's what I believe.
You're 100% right. And I mean, dude, what you are feeling and saying right now is what motivated me back in June just to go get an RV, turn it into a lab, and just go to hotspots anywhere that I could across the country and just sit there and do research. And it's led me down, a rabbit hole. But at the same rate, I mean, I am capturing results, and I am seeing things I wouldn't have seen if I hadn't gone and looked. And the fact is, you're not going to get the information that you're looking for on the internet You're not going to get it from anecdotal evidence because that's not good enough for you. You're kind of like in the same boat as perhaps I am, that you need to experience it. You're looking for it. You'd love to capture evidence of it, but really you just want to live and experience it, which is my same thing. So, if we did go to that location that we talked about and went and dove on it, and you have an experience of something that is unexplainable,
I'll report back 100% the facts of that experience.
Yeah.
I'm not Tim, you know me. I'm not a liar. I'm just saying I haven't seen this stuff.
Right. Well, it's definitely potentially something that you'll be able to experience. You have to just go look for it, be open-minded about it, and not have expectations of what it's going to be. And like, really, to be honest with you, everything that I've come across has been a surprise. Like, if it is the phenomenon that I've come across, it's not what I expected. And the remnants that it's left on me, the impact that it's had on me, I can't really put into words. And that's also frustrating. So, I try to express it in documentaries.
When you come with certain expectations, that can happen, I'm sure.
Yeah, man. But anyways, Dave has some questions for you, I'm sure. Cheers, Dave.
What do you think then about places like Skinwalker Ranch?
I think they're cool. I think there's a lot going on there, but I think it's more to do with like electromagnetic radiation, stuff like that. I think there's more to that than just alien. I think that is a truly geologically or something about that location. There's some weird things going on that I think modifies animal behavior and electronic behavior because of the things that we can't see. I think there's things going on, like I said, in the radiation and frequency fields that's having an impact on behavior of everything, both living and electronic. So I think it's a very interesting place, but I don't think it's necessarily extraterrestrial. I think it's probably geological in origin, in my opinion.
So even though that some of the top scientists that the U.S. government has who work at there who believe there is some strange phenomena going on?
No, I agree, but clearly there is. But I think it's, I mean, depending on what specifically you're talking about, I think the vast majority of their experiences, like you can even watch the History Channel show on that, and it tells you a good deal about, in a History Channel, it's a TV show, it's made to be sensational, with the most provocative things. And even that stuff, a lot of it can be attributed to like a geological source or radiation source, or it's very rare they point the camera to the sky on that show, right? They're pointing it at the ground, the caves, the certain areas, because of energy that's coming up, magnetism, what have you, and the animals acting weird, stuff like that. To me, that's more geological than something coming from the sky.
Okay, so let's see then, if it comes to aliens, what trips you out about this subject then? Okay, that okay. What kind of moves you about this subject? Because you're not a ufologist. I mean, we've clarified that. No. But what trips you out about this subject that makes it interesting for you?
Because I want to know the truth, because I know a lot of people that were close to me that had experiences, and they were so true to them, they were so real to them, that I believe their experiences, but it's hard to wrap your, as a sane, sober, intelligent human being that's not just like a normal guy. Like I've been around, and I know kind of what's possible technology wise, and I know kind of what's possible military wise, and I know a lot of things about the human condition. And so because of that, it's very curious to me to say, what percentage of this is mental illness? What percentage is repressed, childhood issues? What percentage of this? But then I've seen things myself. But again, it's just seeing things. I have no way to grasp it. I have no way to prove it. I have no way to quantify it. It was like, oh my God, did you see that bright light? It was too big to be ours. It was moved too fast. Like I personally witnessed that. And you literally just shrug at it because it wasn't a threat. It didn't do anything. It didn't take me from my bedroom, right? I just witnessed something that was beyond explanation. I personally have. Yes. My friends have. And so I'm like, dude, there's something going on here. I don't know what the hell it is. But all I'm trying to do is like, if we're trying to actually find the answers, so like there's a difference here. Are we trying to find the answers, or do you want validation to your own theory? Right? Like a lot of people in chat are mad because they have their own theory, and if I say something that goes against it, then screw me. But I'm not here to validate theories. I'm here to find the truth. So if I tell you something is probably not realistic, cool, don't believe me, I don't care. It's not my point. You probably should listen, but if you don't, that's fine. It's your prerogative, just like any number of the thousands of people that have an opinion on the subject. My opinion is we're wasting time by looking at stupid things when we could be looking at the things that would get us where we need to go, which is the answer. That's my point. And if it comes off negative or whatever, I apologize. But for me, it's like, why are we wasting time? And I get that not everybody has my experience, so they're not ready to write it off just because some dude shows up and says so. I get it. I appreciate that. I respect that. But I'm saying my opinion is not that. My experience is not that. My experience is like, let's get to work and cut all this crap out and go to work. That's where I come from. And so take me with a grain of salt, just like you do any of these other talking heads. Maybe less because I wear a wig sometimes and I'm a jackass. But I kind of know what I'm talking about also, oddly.
Well, I'm not saying you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not saying that whatsoever. And I think, in my opinion, you're looking kind of scrumptious with that.
I look more like Super Duke tonight.
That is beautiful.
I'm more Super Duke tonight than I was previously.
You are so Super Duke tonight. Super Duke, Super Duke. You know, but I guess the idea behind it is, and this is a question I'm going to ask you: what is proof?
That's a good question. We need to see something that's not in the sky. I want to see it on the ground. I want to see it not blurry. I want it to be on the ground, not moving. Anything that's moving is, you don't know what the hell it is. You can guess. You say that's not ours, right? If something's flying 60,000 miles an hour, you know it's not ours. But you say for certain what it is? Nope. Only way we know for what it is we got to get a hold of it. Which, if it's actually aliens, what are the odds of that? Right? You're not going to get alien stuff unless they want you to have it, if it's real. Or not. They're not crashing. We're not shooting them down. We're not getting a hold of them. They didn't fly here from another solar system. You know what I mean? And be like, oh no, all of a sudden we're totally messed up. Oh, watch out for that mountain. Oh, here comes New Mexico. Never expected that before. Never saw dirt. We're going to crash now. Like, you just have to, like, some of these stories, just like, you just have to lose logic to get into them. Now you get into the abduction stuff or the things that don't crash. That sounds more plausible because that sounds highly advanced. That sounds highly intelligent. That sounds high technology. Things just randomly crashing and we're just shipping them all over the country on a truck or a plane. Come on, bro. That's not intelligent. Like, it's just not.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What would you say though if you found out that all this stuff came down to intentions and to consciousness, and that they look like a light in the sky, but when they're down on the ground, there's something solid, and there potentially looks like something small, but then when it lands, it's something massive and there's plenty of life in there? Like, what if, okay, for a moment, that every human being has at one point been abducted, but they're just sometimes better at forgetting. And, the ET is more successful at getting that contact and having the human forget it. So if that was the reality, how would you get evidence of that?
Yeah, it's like grabbing a goldfish out of a tank with 1,000 goldfish in it.
Or running with water. Yeah, it's
do the other goldfish even know that goldfish is gone? And when that goldfish gets returned to the tank, does he even know where he was?
Right.
right?
Right. But I feel like your expectations of evidence are probably not what that reality even holds. Like, I don't think that physically you'll ever get that, because that's not on the level that this thing is, right? And so we're looking for things that are completely impossible because there is nothing tangible necessarily about that, right? And we've been trying to get away from the nuts and bolts aspect of this a little bit and just consider maybe that there's a little more to it than we considered. And so we're going about it completely the wrong way, trying to capture it with our devices or, verify it with photographs. That's just not the way this thing operates. And
Right.
so we would have to rethink how we make contact, if you want to call it that, or provide evidence to us individually rather than collectively as a human race. Like, we'll have to wait to each personally get our evidence and believe it, because we're not going to have one piece of video evidence or anything tangible, because it's not that kind of thing. So how would you handle that?
I think the most important evidence is that it has an impact for whatever that evidence is. Like, it has to have an impact on your life, in that you go about your life differently. Like, or something changes for you. Like,
okay, so you are here.
Right.
Your life has changed. Yes. So it is a reality for you. I just think that you have a perception of what it is that isn't what it is, right? And so you're thinking about historically UFOs, this thing, you have a preconceived notion.
Right.
Maybe you need to let go of that part.
So you're saying less physical stuff.
I think perhaps that's what it is, less physical.
You're saying that it could be that if it's potentially transdimensional, spiritual, or something like that, that I need to be open to non-physical evidence. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, that's a fair point. That's fair. My whole life I've dealt in black and white.
Me too.
And analytics and
me too.
So I'm open to potentially. I'm not a perfect person. I need to look at things differently. That's fine. I'm open to that. But at the same time, I don't feel like we can ignore logic that is black and white sometimes.
Definitely.
When we know better.
Yeah, it's great to be able to rule stuff out. And that is a massive part of you, right? Because you're able to rule stuff out. And so you've got that advantage, right? That most of us will be like, oh, wow, look at that light. And you're like, Venus, right? Or you just know what our potentials are militarily also. And so you're able to rule that out. But you have admitted that you've seen something that you can't explain. And
Absolutely.
That's partially why you're here. You've heard stories from people you trust. That's why you're here. There's an element to it that you believe already, but I think it's hard for you to admit. And the same thing goes for me, man. I mean, I'm still where you are. I mean, I'm very much in the middle, but I'm open to anything, and I'm learning so much every day. And so I can't come at this with a preconceived notion, because I'm going to get proved wrong immediately. And guys like YJ will always keep you in check, and it's for a good thing. Like, he's there to help, man. Like, don't take offense when YJ brings something to you, or anybody for that matter, because it's really a growth. Like, we're growing here, and you may be barking up the wrong tree, and he's like, dude, he's trying to help you the same way you're trying to help.
He's not helping me when he says I don't know what I'm talking about. That's insulting. But
yeah, may not need to interpret it that way. Perhaps he wasn't talking
direct words saying I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm like, well, I'd be happy to compare my resume to yours.
I think I'm just using him as an example here, but I'm just saying it's a weird community, right? Where people may have that knowledge.
I Googled a lot, bro. I know everything. I Googled something, and my dad was in the military. I know everything. Oh, okay.
Right.
That's cool.
No, but I think you're on the right track. I really do. And I'm excited to watch you grow, man.
It's fun watching a random guy grow into this.
Yeah.
It is. He's going to be...
It's hard for me... And you guys know me, I'm a jokester. Like, it's hard for me to take things serious, but sometimes this is a serious subject, and it's like, can we just approach this with a little humor and a little levity and still get our answer? You know what I mean? I feel like some people, sometimes they turn the tone so, like, I don't know what the word, it's like intense. And I'm like, bro, it's not that serious, like where things are happening around the, you know what I mean?
You know what, though? The one thing I will say in defense of the audience is a lot of these people have had the weirdest fucking sci-fi experiences known to humanity, and they never asked for it. It's happened, and it's not just a dream state where they dream of being tantalized by three-breasted alien women, right? It has nothing to do with that. I mean, these are real people who've had real experiences, who are listening to programs like this, just trying to find an answer, some even a
It's almost
clue.
like a group therapy. It's like group therapy
At times, yeah. And what they like to do, and the reason why they tune into what we're doing, is because they feel, and it's the same way I feel. Okay, is they feel at times that when they hear someone else's story and they can corroborate some of those same experiences, it's a healing position for them in order to understand what has happened to them.
I get it.
And that, and yeah, they do get a little bit defensive on it at times. Only because, not that they're trying to be, but they're like you're defiant about your own opinion, and I'm defiant about mine. Tim is defiant about his. They're defiant about their own experiences because they just want to know what the hell happened to them. None of us.
But I feel like it's too easy, and I feel like the problem with this whole community, like not this chat, not even this channel or anything, but like the ufology community.
Hi, Patricia in Brazil.
And a lot of the things we're talking about right now with these other Enigma or what have you, the problem is that it's off topic from, it's like people are giving lip service to every issue instead of just like looking at what's factual and what's not, or you know what I mean? It's like, okay, so are we here to all hold hands and talk about everybody's experience is valid, and then we don't care how crazy it sounds, we're just going to go with it, and that's cool?
No,
if that's the case, then that's fine. Because I have friends in therapy for different reasons. We do the same thing, but it's like, I thought it was more like a cool club of like, hey, we're all hanging out, we're interested in this, not we're defensive if we're not willing to learn anything. We just want to, this is what we believe, and we want validation. Like, you know what I mean? That's all. That's my whole point. Or else, what's the point of me being here? I might as well not even come on here.
No, don't kid yourself. You are helping us.
Yeah,
you are helping us. Okay, let's not or let's
I'm
call
literally the opposite of the confirmer.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, as a multiple experiencer myself, you've helped me clarify a lot of answers that I didn't have to questions that I've had. Okay, I look at places that we have talked about, and I look at them completely different than I did a year ago, 6 months ago. Right? And I am extremely appreciative of that knowledge, man. And I think that that you have a lot more than what you're saying to give to benefit not only our audience, but on a selfish level, myself personally. I don't care.
Oh yeah.
Right. But the idea is, first off, hi, Lunar Tina and Xochitl Paez Richards. But I think one of the big things is when you are when you've experienced the unknown. I always say it like this, like my motto for SOR has always been, and you may not like this, and frankly don't care, we believe everybody. And the reason why we do, the reason why we try to believe everybody is because I've never stood in your shoes. And because I take random guy at his word for some of the crazy shit that you have told me, both on the air and off the air, I have then gained knowledge towards my own experiences and helped that information get to those experiences and so say, okay, maybe this is what I saw, isn't what I saw, but I know the one on the ground for sure is something, or the black triangle that doesn't look anything like the triangles that everybody else has seen. Okay, that tells me that I'm on the right path. You've actually provided a lot of clarification for me personally in regards to my own experiences, and I'm extremely thankful for that. But the people here, I shouldn't say but the people, because that's wrong terminology. The people here, even though they've had some real psychotic stuff happen, just like I have, okay, in the end, they are gathering, trying to figure out why them. Now, not all of them are experiencers. Some of them have, Joe, let's not be a dink, okay? All right. Come on. No,
That's
not
not
on
what I'm
my watch.
saying at all. That's not what I'm saying. I saw what he wrote.
Not on my watch.
No, that's fine.
No, we're not
That's not what I'm
playing.
saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. Let me clarify. That's fair, Joe. That's fair. That's not cool, but it's fair. My point is this. I came here because Dave asked me to come here to give insight on certain things. I'm not a professional UFO guy. Dave brought me in to give me kind of the platform to help to say, hey, here's some of the things we ought to be looking at that are probably not ET related. That's was the original gist of why I came here. When people get hostile and they personally attack me, I mean, I'm fine. I'm used to doing stuff like this. Clearly, I'm a character. I'm used to putting up with things. That's fine. But at the end of the day, I would literally came here for you guys. I'm not doing nothing. Like, I'm not making any money. I'm not doing anything. I'm not here because I have nothing else to do. Dave asked me to come here. So the only reason I even suggested why am I here is because if you guys don't want to hear what you don't want to hear or you don't want to believe, then I'm wasting my time. That was my whole point, Joe. That's all. I wasn't saying I'm going to take my ball and go home. I'm not having a tantrum. All right, bud, that's a fair question, but that's the answer to that.
Right, but at the same rate, not long ago, you had said that you and your buddies sit around and laugh at some of the statements that people make about their experiences, and I think that could be lingering, perhaps, in some people's mind.
I wasn't saying for this chat, no.
Yeah.
I'm saying in general, UFO people in general, yeah, the last 20 plus years, because I would literally be sitting in a facility watching a TV show about somebody outside that facility talking about how there was aliens inside that facility while I was sitting inside the facility, me watching it on cable.
Wow. Yeah.
Laughing my ass off.
I could see that.
So now you understand why it's funny? That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Like when people say that certain things are going on at certain places and I'm there and I'm laughing, like there's UFOs and aliens in there or wherever it is. There's several locations I've worked at where I've literally been in there. I've seen celebrities, TV shows, whatever, cover these places. And I'm watching them outside while I'm inside. And yes, we're laughing at them because we're not aliens and we're not hiding aliens. You guys are idiots that are doing those TV shows. That's what I'm saying.
Why wouldn't they just directly come out and deny it then?
Because that's what the government does, dude. It's just what they do. That's why. So I wasn't talking about the chat, if that's what they inferred. We weren't laughing about chat. I've never watched this show before I met Dave and you.
Yeah. No, that's why I brought it up, so you could clarify.
Okay. Yeah, no. I've never laughed at chat. I love chat. I come in chat even when I'm not on the show to BS with you guys. I like you guys.
Yeah.
I feel like I have a good time here. Like we all get along. So no, I've never put down chat or laughed at chat. I'm talking about UFO people that are making money off of UFOs, scam artists, 99% scam artists, 100% I know for a fact, 99%. If you pay for something or you watch something, it's probably a scam. The only people doing this for real are doing it because they really want to do it. Shows like this, they're not charging you a fee to come.
Yeah.
And that's why this is truly like a safe place for that kind of stuff.
And we typically
absolutely.
corral all that BS to like Gaia and things like that. We try to corral that stuff there so we know, okay, if it's there, we know.
And that's a reason too, guys, where there are certain people we will not bring on this show. Okay. I won't bring certain people on this show because the smell of bullshit is just way too thick. And we know who a lot of them are.
I mean, if you guys would prefer, I can just tell Dave and Timmy stuff. You don't have to look at my ugly face. That's fine. I just thought it would be better, and Dave thought it would be better if I was here to answer questions.
Yeah, no, this is great.
By the way, here's the comment of the night from YJ. Dave asked you to come here, but you stayed. You're addicted. Admit it. You're here now because you can't leave. It's got you now. You got the woo. We're trying to build up the woo, buddy.
Yeah, but I need a show with I need YJ live. Can we make that happen? Can we get YJ on here at one of these shows, one of these after-hour shows? Because he says he knows so much more than me. I want to pick his brain. I would love to know. YJ, get on the show one day. And I'm going to ask you a lot of questions because if you really know it, I want to know. We're going to get into you.
He's a helpful dude. I'm going to tell you, I've talked to him offline and he's helpful, especially if you've had an experience.
Then you should be on the show.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
But some people don't want to. That's
I didn't want to. You made me, Dave. Told me no more free t-shirts.
Look at your progression. Now you're on camera. You're doing great. Yeah, buddy.
Meh. Because I didn't want to come on camera and have this happen. Because here's the thing. Like, you could write an article. Almost nobody reads the author name of an article, right? Because no one gives a crap. They just want the information. They're like, okay, New York Times. Like, unless you're incredibly political, you usually don't pay attention to the author's name. You know, username 12555 random guy, no one gives a crap. They need to listen to what I'm saying. I go on camera and then everybody's like, oh, he's fat, he's ugly, he's got a wig, he's whatever. Like, that it's not about what I'm saying anymore. It's about the fact I'm on the camera. You know what I mean? That was the whole
bench
point.
pressing 400 though.
365, baby. Not bad for an old man.
He can lift a Timbit right up over his head.
Like that giant Timbit they found on the beach in Japan.
I like that.
Love, when did I ever call you crazy? Show me the evidence. Never happened. You guys like to make up. Everybody's like in a race to be the biggest victim. Stop it. I hate that. Who's the biggest victim? Oh, I'm the biggest victim. I'm the biggest victim.
Hey, I started the show.
Random guy loves everybody. There's no victims here.
Thurston Howell III wants you to get a Rick James wig.
That would be dope. I'd have to get some activator or something for it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do we have any questions?
Steve Wolf says you're a pretty man.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest with you. That hair actually suits you.
With this look, it does, right?
It does.
Like the Bear Grizzly redneck look.
You look like you're ready to go shoot some hogs down in Texas.
What's funny is if everybody saw me like normal, like completely normal, they would be like, what the hell? Who is that?
Cat fisting. He's cat fisting.
When I'm clean shaven with my normal haircut and everything is appropriate, normal lighting, you probably would barely recognize me.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to start calming down the conversation here. Okay, because I don't want, I'm getting tired of the way it's going here. Do you think, through all the experiences you have had and that you have prepped for, you know, and you're a highly trained individual, more so than 99% of us, do you think, or how do you think you would react to coming face to face with an alien?
It would depend on the circumstance. Like in my bedroom, on the street, it would be different. It would be different. Are my kids here when it happens? You know,
you come up to my place. You come up to my place. Let's say you're at my place for a vacation, and we go into the forest looking for Sasquatch. and all of a sudden a UFO comes over and lands and an alien gets out. How do you think you'd react?
I'd laugh. I'd be laughing hysterically. That's what I do when I get nervous. That's like my thing. When I get real nervous, I start laughing because it's like, oh boy, we're screwed. Because it's like when you go through it goes back to stress inoculation. Like that's my coping skill because you either shake and freeze. So like instead it's like a nervous laugh, like, oh, guess we're gonna die now. Like, and I'll start making crazy jokes about how we're about to die. And then we're either gonna die or we're gonna fight. Like that's kind of how those situations play out.
Would you walk up to it?
A UFO? No, because in my experience, just being around our aircraft, the radiation coming off of them is insane. Not to mention particulate you can breathe in. Like when our stuff crashes, we spray wax on it because of all the composite materials and full SCBA, all this stuff. So like there's a lot of things that go on that people don't understand go on, even with crash recoveries and for regular aircraft that would probably blow people's mind. But because they don't need to know it, they just make assumptions. And so those little things, though, tell me when something's real or not, because I could tell by who's there, what equipment was there, how they handled it, the timeline, the perimeter. I could tell you the materials. Like there's so many things that go into this stuff. So yeah, as a UFO, no, hell no, because I'd be worried about frying my balls off. You know, that would be my not. I wouldn't be worried about them hurting me. I'd be worried about the radiation being emitted from the craft itself, or what I'm breathing in.
So much work to do with this one, Dave.
No, you know what though, but we got to remember.
It's logical.
You got to remember though that everything for all of us is a learning experience. So this is where I'm not taking it personally, okay? Because here's the thing. Random guy doesn't know our world. And we have no clue. I mean, Tim, you and I have been friggin' schooled over the last few months of what we've learned from that gentleman right there. Yeah. And look how much more mature your comments are. And I think some of mine are ever since he started talking to us.
Yeah.
Okay. And I give, and I'm not kissing your ass, random guy. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, you're not a nice guy like that. I get it. No, I'm just...
but we have learned, man. Tim, and I'm getting you to back me up on this one. What we have learned in the last 6-7 months has been years of trying to figure out if some of those answers were true or not. Yeah. And in return, random guy comes on to explain that to us, whereas he's in our chat room every night now as a fan, but in the end, he's learning as well. And random guy may not fucking admit to it, because he's too busy putting on his eyelashes and makeup, but I think he's learning about what we're like as well, because this is a community that he didn't even know existed up until he started listening to the show.
No, I love it. And I love it. It's hard because I'm empathetic to everybody. I'm empathetic. Like I understand, because like I've had aunts. I had an aunt that was like, we called her the crazy aunt, but she was in the portal. She was in the abduction. She was into all that stuff. So like I'm empathetic to it. But the problem I had with her is some of the problem I have with other people. And it's not that I want a problem. It's just that whatever I say doesn't matter, because if it doesn't align with her experience, it was irrelevant. And I'm either full of it, or I'm wrong, or I don't know what I'm talking about, or you know what I mean? So it's like, so here I am. I'm supposed to accept all of her arguments, all of her experiences, but mine are negated because I haven't been abducted. Or, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, I don't know.
Dude,
somebody
right now, I wouldn't wish abduction on anybody. I wouldn't wish it on anybody, good or bad. I don't like it. I feel like crap the next day. I feel there's too many goddamn questions that come along with it. You'd go haywire.
I would, and I don't know how I would handle. I mean, I get it. If they can paralyze your body, it doesn't matter how big and strong I am. I get all that stuff, right? I'm not stupid. Like, I've had surgery before. They put me down, so why couldn't an alien? You know, logically, it's because I'm logical. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know how that would go for me. Like, I don't know that I would be able to function. And I think maybe that's part of why they choose the people they do, because they know even though they're haunted by it, they can handle it. Maybe as big and strong as I am, mentally I couldn't handle it, and I'd kill myself or go crazy. I don't know. We don't know because it's never happened to me, and I hope I don't have to find out. So it sounds freaking terrifying. Like, I don't know. I don't know how they go about that.
When I woke up on the table to the feeling of children's fingers going through my head, through my hair.
Jeez.
Okay. Dude, it was, and then I turned to my right and it was dark. I turned to my left and look over my left shoulder, and I see the three little gray dudes there. I was excited at first. Now, when they brought the saw out, that was kind of harsh.
Yeah, I don't. Did you speak during this?
Oh, I was talking to them the whole time.
Because I would be saying some crazy stuff.
Oh, well, I had to pee. I told them to hurry up so that they didn't piss all over their table. True story. Still the best piss of my life when I got back. It was the best piss of my life. But
that's wild.
You know, dude, when
I'd be asking them straight up, I'd be like, you guys want to fight? You want to arm wrestle? Like, what do you want to do? Because there's at some point where you're just like, screw it, I'm gonna die. Like, in my mind, I'm like, cool, I'm gonna die right now.
They're weak.
No, I get it, but I would be like, yo, you guys think you're tight? You think you're so bad?
Stop like your son or daughter could probably kick the crap out of a gray. My son could kick the crap out of a gray. Tim's kids could as well, if they didn't pull their woo-woo BS on you.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they're weak as anything.
But that's my whole thing. I'd be like, bro, like, what am I doing here? You guys want to throw down? Or if not, give me some secret stuff. Tell me some secrets so I could take it back and prove that you're real. So show me something that I could take back to my people and show them that you guys mean well, or that you're here, that you're friendly, that there's no way I could possibly know if I didn't get it from you. You know what I mean? Whether it's some secret engineering feat or medical feat or whatever, I'm like, yo, let me do this for the humanity, and let me be the person that speaks on your behalf. Like, let me do that. If not, let's fight. If like, what are we doing here? I'm not sitting there being your cattle. Like, either we're fighting, you're helping me, or that, like, figure it out. Because I don't want to be here just chilling when you shove stuff in my butt. Like, you know what I mean?
Hey, you remind me of that South Park episode of who's the Australian actor, Russell Crowe, just going around picking fights with everybody. All right, let's fight. Let's fight, damn it. You don't like my wing? Let's fight. I'm gonna love you. You're a beauty.
I don't know.
You could kick my ass, but I'd fight you on the ice.
Good luck. I had a guy on Twitter try to fight me the other day. It was pretty funny. He's never met me. And he's like, I'll box you, bro. And I was like, yeah, that would be probably not good, but go ahead.
I'd fight you on the ice.
Everybody looks at me, they're like, you're a middle-aged fat guy. I'm like, I also trained Muay Thai for 15 years, and I'm 6'3",
you're not fat though, dude. You're not fat though. You're fat shaming me for this because I'm fat, and I'm taking offense to this. You're not even close to being fat.
I just have a lot of muscle also, but I am fat. But it doesn't mean that all of a sudden you're going to beat up somebody that's 280 that's strong. Doesn't work like that.
Hey,
I'm not a fat 280 like my 600-pound life. I'm a fat 280 in that my cardio sucks and that I got fat cheeks.
okay. So we'll go 15-second rounds. Oxygen bottles. Tim,
Yeah.
you got to provide the oxygen bottles. Okay. You're one of them fast guys, so you got to be able to get to both sides at once.
Right. And hold you guys up in between rounds, right?
We're going 3 rounds of 15 seconds apiece. And 5 minutes in between rounds.
And cheeseburgers.
Ooh, I'm in for cheeseburgers.
Cheeseburgers between rounds.
Or tacos. Tacos will be good too.
There you go.
Tacos, yeah.
You got to eat a taco, pound of beer between each round. Go back out and not puke.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, we're going to set up an experience for you. Maybe we'll all...
El Ovni, you gonna bring him out?
I don't know where he is right now.
Me and El Ovni would be a pretty good match, albeit I'm about a foot taller than him.
I think he called me a lackey at one point.
Joe says 15-second rounds, then you have to eat a taco and pound a beer. I'm in.
Yeah. Right, Joe? That's the kind of boxing we all want to do.
Why don't, instead of boxing, why don't we just do a battle royal? Over the top rope battle royal.
I can't do it. Do you know how many plates and screws I have in my neck and back? I can't. I can't. Yeah, I got no dexterity left in my back and my neck.
By the way, let's give a shout out to Michael Fontaine's son Liam, who has turned 18 today.
Oh,
happy
nice.
birthday, Liam!
That's awesome.
Spaced Out Radio.
Only gets worse from there.
My oldest is turning 22 today.
Best days of your life are over.
Michael Fontaine, let's just be honest. Are you taking the boy to the nudie bar?
Oh,
that's 21, dude.
Hey, Al Bundy took Bud at 18 to the non-drinking nudie bar.
Unless you're in Atlanta. I went to Atlanta. One time I was flying out for a deployment, and we had to fly through Atlanta. And it was like a last-minute hurry-up deployment. So we get on a plane. We fly to Atlanta. It's 10:30 at night on like a Tuesday, and nothing's open. So we call a cab. This is before Uber and stuff. It was like early 2000s. And there's no cabs. A dude pulls up in a minivan with no seats in it. He's like, y'all need a ride? We're like, yeah, we're trying to go to the nudie bar. So he took us. Little did I know, Atlanta has strip clubs that are like a different world. Like, I thought I was a man until I went to that strip club, and then I realized no. And even compared to Vegas, Atlanta strip clubs are like, it's crazy.
Strip clubs are tame compared to Vancouver strip clubs.
Atlanta strip club is wow, man. I was shocked, and I was a military dude, and I was like, I'm a little uncomfortable right now. I'm a little uncomfortable with the activities of some of these women as a 22-year-old.
Oh my. Oh my. Let's see here. Happy birthday to your son, Tim.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
He's 22 today, eh?
Man, everybody has good ages.
What's the date today? February 28th?
Yes. Yeah, 28th.
Last day of the
My best
month.
friend growing up turned 50 4 days ago.
Ooh.
I'm in that 3-month stretch now.
Oh yeah.
Timmy, you have anything else to say about UFOs tonight?
Random guy's tired.
I always do, but
I feel like we
shelf it.
step over Tim, and he never gets to ask what he wants to ask. Because
Tim always asks. I never get to ask.
We're
you
fighting
just
over
stepped on him again. You just did it. He was about to say something.
Yeah, I
You're
owe
like,
him
no,
about
Tim
47
Fedor.
more. I owe him about 47 more.
You can ask your questions under Catalina Island.
Oh, now you gave away the spot, although it's not a mystery.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Tim. By the way, we're going to cut this out in about 7 minutes.
Okay. I mean, I always have questions and I don't mind shelving them. Mine was more a little specific to you had stated that you believe that the government has no real concept of what UFO even really is, and that they seek the truth in the public. And so that's why they're reaching out to organizations like Enigma and things like that.
Yes.
But within that, do you believe that there's a section of the government that exists that does believe that, you know, there is an ET element that is visiting here?
I think there's people that prepare a reaction to it happening. But I don't, to my knowledge, it hasn't happened. So I think it's all just quick action plans. I don't think there's any, like I said, I don't think there may be a unit that's dedicated to studying it secretly, but I highly can never speak with certainty, right?
Right.
But within a very high degree of certainty, highly unlikely there's a group of people that have these materials, bodies, what have you, that are studying it.
Okay. And so I guess my only and we can, you know, if anyone else has questions on this, feel free, because this was kind of my ongoing question, is that it seems like there's an element to this that absolutely is real and that the government knows is real, right? Because if it exists, they must know, is what I'm assuming. And so I'm wondering, I'm trying to circle in on what they know and how they know it. And you have stated a few times that you don't believe like they have a real grasp on the reality. And I could agree with that. But at the same rate, why would they be spending so much time, energy, and dollars on trying to figure it out?
Well, they have to. And I think they know the phenomenon is beyond ignorance. It's not something they can write off. Both things that have happened in orbit, both things that have happened outside of our planet, things that have happened here at Earth. And there's back channels for these things. The same way there is for nuclear weapons, that, like, whether it's Russia, China, whoever, I'm sure there's counterparts in these positions like, hey, just to make sure that's not you guys, right? So we don't have to like launch nukes right now. Because some of the stuff has literally almost started nuclear wars. And if you go through history, some of our nuclear silos and other countries' nuclear silos and stuff, there's been times where they were like, dude, do we need to move DEFCON? Like for real, tangible military response to UFOs. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
And because of that, they know it's real. They just have no idea what the hell it is. So they just keep collecting and they keep cross-referencing other superpowers. But I feel like the most data comes from the people. And that's why I think they're doing Arrow and they're doing Enigma and they're doing all these other things. And they're probably backdooring MUFON to figure out what the hell is this stuff.
Right.
I don't think they have a definitive answer. I don't think there's bodies at Wright-Patterson or any of that stuff, or ever has been. I really don't.
Do you think there's a black portion in the government, like that is completely secretly funded, maybe the secret space program or whatever you want to call it? Do you think that exists?
Well, that's a loaded question, because when you say secret space program, that's not really have anything to do with ET. That's like a different thing, of which I don't want to talk about. And that's just assuming you mean activity in space. We'll keep it simple as that. But as far as ET stuff, I don't think there's a black budget item for it. I don't think they get money for it, because I've seen, I mean, not to the dollar, but generally I've seen how that money gets doled out, and it's crazy. And it's highly sought after and it's highly compartmentalized. But each of those compartments require congressional authority or presidential authority. So it is accounted for by people that have no idea what's going on, but they see where the money's going for, and they know the general purpose of the task that money is appointed for.
Is there enough money in private industry to do any of this?
Potentially, certain companies could, but the irony is that almost all of it's carried out by private industry. Those money in these programs is all conducted out by corporations that are privately owned. That senators and congressmen and all these other people get out, and their family members sit on the boards. Oh wow, imagine that.
Okay, so very quickly then, before I let you finish that thought, if that exists, then do you think they could be outsourcing UFO programs to private industry?
If they were, they would 100% be outsourcing it, because anything that belongs to the government potentially has to be revealed to the public, whereas a company does not. 99% of all black programs are run by private industry, not the government.
Okay, and so if there were ever any metamaterials or anything like that, or bodies or parts, then of course, like you're saying, they wouldn't go to military bases. Perhaps
Correct.
they were scuttled out to someone that they trusted in private industry. Do you think that's possible?
Yes. In fact, I would agree that if we had recovered those items, those assets, that by what I've witnessed in my life, there's a 99% chance it wouldn't have gone to a military base. It would have went to a hangar and or commercial industrial building owned by a private entity with high security.
Have you ever heard of anything like that?
Speculatively, yes, but I've never seen it myself, so I can't confirm that. So I'd hesitate to mention it. But
Was it enough to convince you that it was real, though? Just
no,
for you?
No. But I know these facilities exist for everything from freaking black op interrogation to reverse engineering, like nuclear weapons. So I would assume for aliens it would apply also if they were real.
And when you guys saw that thing that was questionable to you in the sky, did you guys decide that you weren't going to talk about it, or was there anyone that you reported it to? Were you ever?
Oh, we told everybody, dude. We told everybody, and we laughed about it. And then 2 days later, no one cared.
Never debriefed anything official. No reports.
I'm sorry.
Were you ever asked or debriefed on it, or asked to file a report?
Nope. And a lot of the things, so it's hard because where we witnessed that thing, the reason I'm talking about it is because it wasn't at work, right? It was just around with guys I worked with. Things at work, you just learn. You don't ask questions. You don't see it. Like you
was
don't.
there military activity around the place that you saw this, or nuclear assets?
Not concurrently, no.
Were there nuclear assets anywhere around there that you're aware of? Because we don't know where this was, and I'm never going to ask.
I would say no, not like ICBMs or anything. No, not on that level.
Okay, and with your buddy's experience where he saw something come out of the water, in that experience, was that by any chance a nuclear capable ship?
Yes.
Does that strike any connection of interest to you?
No, because, well, I mean, it's hard to say, man, because they're talking about, these things tend to show up over nuclear facilities. We know that, right? But I feel like the water ones will go after anything. Because here's the thing. We have submarines. I have yet to hear a submarine reporting interaction with one of these USOs submerged. Have you?
Yeah, I've heard of one. Our good friend, Dr. Bob McGuire, has
I would love to hear about that one.
First-hand experience from a sub.
You can ask him in Vegas.
Ask him in Vegas, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to hear that story.
And on that note, gents, I'm going to wrap this up because I got to get to bed.
All right.
I got to work in the morning.
That was fun.
Sorry to disappoint you again, chat.
Oh, you did great, bud.
Anybody.
It was fun. I got to shoot you some quick fire questions too. 7 minutes.
I'm glad Timmy got to say.
Here, let's give a little bear's paw scratch to them Spaced Out Radio nipples on that shirt there.
I love it.
There we go.
He's the only guy I've ever known to actually use a back scratcher for scratching his back. That's great.
Love
What
a
else do
back.
you use it for?
Huh?
I use the one, the little ones you pick up trash, just like the little claw. I use that one to scratch something else.
Of course you do. The Romans used just a bit of something on the end of a stick, so we're advancing.
I just want to go to bed.
Right on.
All
Thanks
right,
for the time, guys.
Who do I have on tomorrow night? Tim, help me out.
Great. I will work for you.
I don't know. You only upload 15 shows in advance on YouTube.
I have no idea.
Matthew Ford coming on. Cool. Teaching ufology. That's what we are getting into tomorrow night. He's a political commentator out of Los Angeles with a very large following. and he got into UFOs by finding this show.
Interesting.
And he tells all his political listeners to come over here and listen. So we got him tomorrow night. Big thank you to Lavira, Derek, Hack Times 3, Monica, Dry Toast, best name on YouTube, West Coast, NorCal, Stephen, Louie, Lara, and Vaughn for the amazing super chats tonight. Tim's looking like he's got a good scratch going on there.
No, I was trying to see if random guy was actually asleep. I've got a bunch of monitors.
Somebody poke him. See if he's alive. And so we will see you all tomorrow night. 9
People
p.m.
are gonna trip when they see me in Vegas for real.
Get your tickets in for the VIP party for Vegas because we need to get you in there for the VIPs. Get it in there. Get it in there. Talk to you later.
You know, but you have no idea.
Night, random guy.
Love you. Good night.
Love you, fans. Love you
Enjoy
guys.
your abductions.
Have a good night.
Stay healthy, my friend.
You too.
You need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.